Welcome to Holm Park for the Eastland Match of the round. It is Beaconsfield taking on Mooroolbark. Massive Division 1 clash. Both sides still in the hunt to play finals this season. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League. Joined this morning by Blake Tennant, Dylan Smith, and from the Mooroolbark Football Club, Caden Mackey, who will be joining us for the first half of the pre-game. Out of the side at the moment due to injury, but good to have you back up here. I know you'd be much prefer to be out in the field playing today, but thanks for joining us. Absolutely. And how have you seen the side's performances after your injury earlier on in the season, and yourself when recovering? What's the progress at the moment?
Yeah, so I'm 7 weeks post-surgery now, so it's usually a 3 to 4 month injury, so unfortunately I won't get back this year. So I've been helping out with the midfield when I've been injured, so it's been a good change of role, help Brett out a bit more and stuff, so trying to stay involved as much as I can. Obviously I'd love to be out there, but yeah, unfortunately that's not the...
Absolutely. And how have you seen the side's performances since you've been on the sidelines? You've had a lot of close games this year. I think even the Beaconsfield game early in the season was probably maybe 7 points or something along those lines. So you've been in a lot of games, even last week as well. It's been a little bit frustrating to fall short on a couple of those games where you probably had your chances to win.
Yeah, it's been a bit disappointing. Obviously last week was really disappointing. We had a pretty good lead there at one point, let it slip. It was pretty similar the first time we played Bayswater at Bayswater. I think they kicked a goal after siren to win as well. So, but yeah, we got such a young group this year. So you're going to be up and down with a young group. It's just trying to be consistent each week. And I think if we bring our best footy, we can compete with the best. Obviously, we beat Wanty South, which was probably the best win of the year because we played 4 quarters. But yeah, it's just trying to find that consistency in our game. Yeah.
Yeah, g'day, Cannon. Just a quick one as well. He was actually my designated driver today driving in, so it's always good to talk footy as well. But just a quick one as well, just begun. You touched on that you are close, from, I think you guys are about 8th on the ladder around that mark around there. But the thing about the ladder positioning, you are getting in these close games. You just feel like you're just running out that kind of that last hurdle kind of thing. And you touched on about Montana South, but do you feel like it's kind of lapses where you show that you can be in games, and do you feel like you're lacking a bit kind of that?
I think comes down to a bit of confidence. We've been in positions to win games. Obviously the Bayswater one again, where we had the game and we just weren't able to put the game away sort of thing. I think we just go back into our shell a bit with a young group and go away from what got us into that position. So we're only going to get better if we keep putting ourselves in that circumstances and try to improve and learn from our mistakes. Like we had a pretty good week on the track this week. At training we went through a few scenarios when we got the game and trying to hold on to a game rather than throw it away like we have been doing.
Given you do have such a young group and it's been such a big turnover with the group, has it been a big learning curve with the game plan for you guys, for those guys to sort of adapt to it? What you were doing last year was, so powerful. Has that been a learning curve as well? Yeah,
it has been. I think we've had 14 debutants this year or something, which is a huge number. You don't see that too often in clubs, but we back our system and we just hope the guys coming in can play their role. Like we try to keep it pretty simple for them, don't overwhelm them and stuff because we're so young. But it's definitely different to the way we played last year. Obviously having a couple of key targets, kicking bags each week, Mullet and Jordan. Just haven't really been able to find someone to replicate their form, which has been tough. But our midfield has been good, like it was last year. Aussie Smith's kicking goals and Dobie stepped up and kicked some goals as well for us. So they've been a huge part of our forward line as well, moving forward.
And if you'd be able to speak a bit about Aussie Smith, we've looked at the best each week and he's almost first listed almost every time, and he's had to obviously take a bit more of the workload with you out as well. Is that sort of just his ability on the field? What's he like off the field as well? Is he a bit of a leader on and off?
Yeah, Aussie's great. He's as you see, he's great on field, but off field he's even better, helping all the young blokes. He leads by example. His training standards are extremely high. He obviously had a VFL pre-season this year at, I think it was Williamstown, and he's come back to Mooroolbark and tried to drive those training standards and chuck the younger boys on his back and show them the way how to train, and yeah, it's shown in his game. He's been absolutely fantastic for us in and under each week, doing all the hard stuff. So yeah.
So you talk about your midfield, obviously. It's definitely probably been, your key point to where you guys are at the moment. When you're winning these games, do you feel like if you had like a key forward, do you feel like where you'll be now? Obviously, you're where you are on the ladder. Doesn't speak for yourself. It would have been nice, wouldn't it, to have a key forward running around? Yeah,
it'd be nice to have an Aaron Mullet or someone down there who kicks goals out of nowhere. But I think it definitely helps having a key forward just to present and be a kick down the line. We had Thatch and Trent Giorgio's come back in the side the last few weeks, who's been great. But yeah, it'd be handy to have a key forward for sure.
Also joining us here in the pre-game as well is the senior coach, Brett Lavers. Brett, thanks for joining us. Obviously, Caden's here as well, and I'm sure, as we just said before, you'd prefer to have him on the field, but it's a big game. You've still got a lot of good players out there today.
Yeah, thanks for having us along. I would like to have this young fellow with us. He's probably one of our young stars, but unfortunately, struck down with injury earlier in the year. But with the side we've got out there today, we feel like if we play to our best, that we're every good. We give ourselves a good opportunity to tackle Beaconsfield and maybe pinch a win. Yeah,
and it's a bit of an 8-point game today. I mean, even if you do win, I think you may even be in the top 5 by the end of the afternoon. If you lose, then obviously there's a bit of pressure with Croydon below, so it is quite even, the division, and as we touched on just before, there's been a lot of games this season that probably have been decided by 1 goal or 2 goals. So bring your best footy. You're a good chance still to play finals.
You're exactly right. It is so tight, this competition this year, and we've been on the wrong end of a few one-pointers, unfortunately. When if we had had them the other way, we'd probably be in the 4 or the 5 as we speak, but we probably don't deserve to be there, is the honest answer, if I'm being realistic. We can't afford to be dropping the ball for small periods of time, and sides have been able to get hold of us, but hopefully we're better for longer today and we give ourselves a chance.
G'day, Brett. Blake Dean here, of course. Lovely to have a nice chat again to you. Just a quick one as well. You touched on about the couple games coming up for you guys as well, but from a ladder point of view, and I think the last time I saw you was King's birthday, how have you seen your season? I know you had a massive win against Montana South, as your media personnel, Kaden Mackey, says now, officially on. How have you seen since that Montana South game after that?
Yeah, since the Montana South, we thought we'd got ourselves back on track. We got 2 in a row. We knocked over Croydon. But we were exceptionally disappointed against North Ringwood. They come to play and really gave us a lesson out at Quamby there. And then last week I thought we'd rectified a few things, and probably 5 minutes in the last quarter you would have thought we were going to do enough. But credit to Bayswater, and they got over the top of us. So it's probably a foot in either side of the camp, if I'm honest, Blake. Happy with the way we turned it around against Wanty South, showing we can beat a quality side. But then really disappointing when we get it wrong. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Brett, Dylan Smith here. Nice to meet you, mate. So, given that you did have to blood so many younger players coming into the season, how has that sort of gone with your expectations, being 8th on the ladder after the grand final last year? Has that sort of does it sit about what you expected, or?
I suppose within the 4 walls, we thought that our best, if we can keep them on the park, was going to be good enough to play finals, and that's still yet to be decided. Obviously, today will play a big part in that. But you are right. The fact that we've lost in excess of 20 to 30 players has really hurt us as a footy club, and as you can see out here with our development, unfortunately, we had about 12 earlier today, and we've been able to get some numbers and get a side out in the park, which is a credit to everyone who's putting their hand up. We've got coaches out there from my group just to get some people on field. But we've been able to blood, I think, 14 players this year, debutants, of which 12 have been kids. So the growth and the future of the footy club is bright. We just got to get that 30 games into them before they start to feel at home and comfortable. So yeah. Again, a foot in either camp. Obviously, we'd love to be striving to play finals, and we still are. That's the goal. Win today, and then try and pinch another 2 before the year's out. And I reckon 3 might get us there. But either way, it's all about us developing those kids to be better footballers and better people in the community. So hopefully, we're ticking that box, albeit we might not be ticking it on field with our ladder position.
And just on you, obviously you touched on that just then with some of the younger players, that certainly helps you come the future and getting them in early and some games. And if you do manage to continue in Division 1 next season, and a lot more of those players. I mean, no one goes up as well, so it's a bit of a 2-year block for a lot of sides, and looking to build into next year, and then obviously finals and flags. There's a lot of sides that are in that sort of mindset, so it probably puts you in a good position to be able to get a lot of games into some of these younger guys coming into 2024.
Yeah, you're definitely right, and we spoke about that as a footy club at the start of the year. The fact that no one could go up with promotion was that 2-year block in regards to hopefully consolidating in Division 1, albeit we're far from safe at this point in time, but we feel that if we can bring our best in the next 5 weeks, we will take care of that. We're all about what we can control, and we can't control what's happening beneath us or with other fixtures, but the 22 boys that take the field today will be committed to doing the job, and hopefully again it's another step in their development for a lot of them.
Indeed. I was speaking as well just before Caden obviously talking. Aussie Smith, I know we've heard from a player point of view, but can we hear about a coaching point of view on how you've seen him? And is there a little bit, can I just say as well, is there a little bit, I can't separate, when I rock up here, I see Riley Moncos and Aussie Smith together. It's a 2-part question. Do they stay away from each other down at the club?
In answer to part 1, no, they are definitely... they're definitely a couple down at the footy club, that's for sure. I don't think that Caden will vouch for that. They stick together.
Bit of a bromance going on there.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, and the second part, of course, Aussie Smith. We've heard from a player point of view, but how do you see as a coaching point of view? You must be really proud to have him. He's definitely been your star player. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins your club B&F by a whopping probably 50 votes or more. How have you seen his progress, mate?
Look, since I was come across, his development has been huge. One of the knocks on him when he was out at Yarra Glen there come from Casey, that the fact was he couldn't run fast enough, his beep test wasn't good enough, but he's come here and he's excelled at the higher level. He's been fortunate enough to win a league medal, but I suppose fortunate it probably is the wrong word. He's worked his ass off to get that. He's always on the track. He's always doing extras Monday to Friday. He's doing his rehab. As a coach, he's a pleasure to deal with, because he's going to do the right things. His leadership's really strong. Contested footy's one of his strengths as well, so it's not like he doesn't find it, doesn't help. And without knowing how it's going with the voting, I'd suggest him and Riley would be the two out in front, that's for sure. They look after each other, seem to be waxing in the middle a bit there. Yeah.
I heard there was a bit of fine dining, Riley said last night.
I'm not sure what those two are at. I know they were together in their moccasins on Thursday. So yeah,
it's definitely a good bromance.
Yes.
Yeah. You spoke about those 14 new faces. Who of those guys has impressed you the most this season?
Yeah, it's a really good question that you pose. Majority of them have come from our 19 system. Reece Crosley's been fantastic for us since he's come in. It's his first year of senior footy. Started him in the ruck, but predominantly he's been a centre-half back for us for the most of the year. So he's been really strong in regards to that. We've had young Cooper Rouget go through a middle. He was one of the boys who did the tagging job on Wong out at Wanturna South, and I thought he did a really good job in regards to that. Obviously, he's only small in stature, but his heart, it's huge. He just finds the footy and a will to get to it. His fitness is really strong. Jai Peacock did debut for us last year, but he's been another one who's been really strong through our middle. He's found plenty of footy, and his energy around the group's really good. Obviously closely related to the young fella in front of you here. So, I think there's three off the top, but there's a heap of them.
Brett, thanks for joining us this afternoon ahead of the big game today. All the best today. It's always a pleasure to have you on board.
Thank you very much for having me again, gents, and all the best up here.
Thanks very much, Brett. The senior coach there of the Mooroolbark Football Club has done a fantastic job with the side, and it is still season alive. And Caden, just for you, we've always enjoyed having Brett to chat to, and he's been very, very good with his time. And just as a coach, sort of give us a bit of an insight of what he is like at the club, and sort of how he does help the boys out.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I was lucky enough to make my debut when Brett was assistant to Heath Black a few years ago, and ever since then he's been a great mentor for me, especially not being able to train at the club during the week. He definitely keeps me in the loop and checks in on me, and whenever I come down here, he makes me feel welcome with both open arms. But just his positive energy, always finds a positive when there's negatives and just keeps the boys up and about. Like, he could rip them a new one after last week, but we broke it down, showed what we did well and then how we can improve. It's just the way he goes about it. It's really good, and he's a professional at what he does. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can certainly get that off him just hearing him speak and across the last couple of years for sure. And we'll jump into some of the games around Division 1. And Caden, you're going to hang around for this, knowing the division pretty well. A big game today out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Montrose take on Wantirna South in what is really a big game for the Devils because they're out of form at the moment, Dylan. They've lost 4 or 5 in a row now. That loss to Croydon last week was quite surprising, and they need to, I mean, they're in that pack as well as the two sides playing today, but they really need 4 points and just a bit of confidence back.
Yeah, they do. As you said, a little bit out of form and not the ideal matchup that you want to get running into Montrose when you're not in good form because they're red hot as well. But as far as the tip goes for this one, you'd have to side with Montrose given the form lines.
Yeah, I think so. I know where you're going, Blake, with this one.
I can give you a summary if you want, but the thing is about Wantirna South is if they lose a couple on the row, they will be. They're going to be, I reckon, it's a sort of game where they want to try get their confidence back. It happened actually last year when Montrose hosted Wantirna South. I think Montrose kicked 11-23 and Wantirna South won the game. So I feel like it actually could be, it could go both ways. I'm not from a, I like to say from a Montrose supporter, I would honestly feel like it's not set in stone today because Wantirna South are one of those sides where if they lose a couple games, they'll just find a way to find a winnable game for them sort of thing. So, yeah.
Well, sorry, Dylan.
Sorry, mate. What are we actually putting that loss to Croydon down to? I mean, that was a fairly inexplicable one, and that sort of brings them to 1 in 5.
Yeah.
What can you sort of put that one down to?
Well, it's hard to know at the moment, and obviously Lincoln Wong's missed a couple of games in that period of time, and then he was, I think he was well held, obviously against Mooroolbark, and you were there that day, Caden. And did you sort of notice the way, how you defeated them that day? Was there a certain area of the ground that you probably took control in, or was it? Because a lot of the times we've watched Wantirna South, Lincoln Wong, if he gets off the chains, they usually do win.
Yeah, we put a few strategies in place. I think last year we played them in round 18 and they gave us a good old-fashioned beating. And we felt like their aerial game is their strength, like blokes like Grimer and Hewitt really control the game. So we thought if we could limit their ability to take intercept marks, then we could transition the footy and get our smalls involved. But yeah, Lincoln Wong is a very good player. He still found a lot of the footy, but we felt like his disposals probably weren't as damaging as what they usually are. So, yeah.
When you come up against a team like that's an aerial threat, you say you don't want to give it to those intercept markers. What are the sort of strategies that you put in place to kind of combat that?
Well, when we played Wanty South there, it was blowing a gale, and I think there would have been about 40 kicks on the full. So
it's very windy down there, isn't it?
Yeah, it was hard to not sort of kick to them. But I think if we did have a player just compete with him, just try bring the ball to ground, do everything you can that's fair to not let him take those marks. And I think that's one of the roles that went a long way in us winning the game.
And from a Montrose perspective, obviously, I think they had you measure quite easily on the King's birthday weekend. Was probably a disappointing result from your behalf. But they've been a really good side, and when they're on, and we saw them a couple of weeks ago, and they used Garthwaite a lot better with the one-on-one and the delivery inside 50 to him. And there's a few players back in the midfield, Descent and Hall come back in. So it's a pretty talented lineup when they're all there. Yeah,
they're a very talented side. You look all across the ground, they've got big names. I really enjoyed watching them grow as a club from an outside perspective. Like last year, they were probably in a similar position to what we were at the halfway point, and then they were able to turn their season around and win a final. But Ben Descent, he's really good in and under for them. He played probably the best game I've seen him play. I've only seen him play a couple, but Queen's birthday weekend, he was really good. And Garthwaite, it'd be lovely to have a Garthwaite out here from Mooroolbark, that's for sure.
No. I think he's happy at Montrose, mate.
We'll certainly see. A couple of other big games today. Bayswater take on South Belgrave out at Bayswater Oval, and obviously, as we touched on, Bayswater got the job done last week and 5 goals down in the last quarter to come back and pinch that by a point. They're going to be up against the South Belgrave side who have not lost a game. But what did you notice from their gameplay last week? And obviously, they've got some pretty experienced players. Bryce Gelvin's back in some good form again. Ben White's always damaging. How did they probably get over the line in that last quarter?
They showed really good heart, just commitment to the contest. They could have easily just thrown the towel in and game would have been done. But they stuck at it, and they're, as you said, Bryce Galvin, Joel Galvin, Ben White, just their in and under work, get the game back on their hands was and they were really good at changing the angles, switching the ball, C-shaped ball movement, which broke our defence open. We hit the scoreboard.
I've sort of got them as the best of the rest after that top 3. Do you think they have the talent to challenge that top group? Yeah,
definitely. They're extremely damaging on a big ground, we found. Obviously, their ground's pretty big and ours is quite big, and they were able to beat us both times. But the thing that really surprised me the most was their ability to have different players hit the scoreboard. Like, they don't really have a key forward like us, but they seem to have 10 or 11 blokes that step up each week and kick goals for them. And they're just really unpredictable going forward, and that's what we probably struggled with a bit last week was matchups, because they had so many players going forward. So, that's something that stood out for me for them.
I know you guys on the weekend forecast. You talk about your Super Boost roughie. I reckon that's going to be my roughie today.
Bayswater
to get over South Belgrave. I reckon that'll be huge for Bayswater. I know they've had a massive week heading into the 4 as we speak. But their form has been really good heading into it, and I think the bigger ground could test South Belgrave.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll certainly back themselves as a big chance. We're about to go to our first ad break here for the Eastland Match of the Round. Caden, thank you for coming on today. Just your last thoughts on the game. Obviously, it's a big one for the club today, and certainly a big chance.
Yeah, I hope so. Boys had a good week on the track after a tough loss, so hopefully they can come out and play with a bit of energy. It was a cracking game last time we played Beaconsfield, so hopefully it can be a good game again today for you boys.
Yeah, certainly hope so, absolutely. Thank you again for joining us, Caden Mackey from the Mooroolbark Football Club. A pleasure to have you on board for the pre-game today. So we're just going to go to our first ad break, and when we're back, we'll hear from Mick Fogarty from the Beaconsfield Football Club.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Eastland Match of the Round out at Holm Park Reserve, Beaconsfield versus Mooroolbark. The first time we've ever been out at Holm Park for a Match of the Round, and I'm very glad we've come here because the ground's in good nick at the moment. The Reserve's playing that game out there. Ground looks great. Conditions are okay at the moment, not raining, but the grandstand that we're on, and obviously we can't quite get the camera angle because we're sitting on there on the balcony, but very nice. The facilities are great. You've got the netball down there. You've got another field just behind us as well. So really great to be out here. And Blake, you've already been here before. You've
Yep. Well, I think I helped us out. I sent a few photos around to LKL and media, proud camera duties and all that. And I think that's why we're here. I think they were very proud of all that, and I've enjoyed here. Coming here, looking through the old history of the Beaconsfield Football Club. We haven't really got around to them since they've really come into the Eastern Footy League, which was last year or the year before, I think it was.
Yeah, last year. I think we had one game out at Croydon last year,
yes.
but this is the first time we've actually been out to the... And Dill, I think it took you about 3 trains, 2 trams, and Uber just to get out here from your place.
Yeah, a bit outside the regular zone, isn't it, for the Eastern footy teams? But yeah, no, it's really beautiful out here and happy to be here.
Yeah, definitely.
Good to be down the coast as well. First time this time. I thought the coast, down the coast.
I still don't get that joke. But
Yeah, a lot of people won't who are watching at the moment unless you've kept track of Blake on the podcast.
If you listen into the podcast from last year, I can't remember what game it was. I think I touched on about Berwick or something, and I talked about going down the coast. So we are officially, it was a nice drive, of course, with Mackie down the coast.
I might actually just add, in the last hour, there has been a sea mist that's been floating in and out. And we're a bit worried that it's not going to be so much that it'll be raining, it'll be... it could be a tidal wave on its way, so maybe we are close enough to the coast for you.
100%, we are down the coast.
And good timing actually bringing up the lift down here. It is TAC round, and so if you are drinking today around the grounds at local football, don't drive home. That's obviously a key message there. So drinking, sub yourself out, and don't get behind the wheel. So
100%. Couldn't argue with that, Ryan. It's an important issue in society, I think, to just eliminate yourself. Yeah, exactly.
Let's jump into some of the games around the grounds again. We've just heard from Caden Mackey and the Mooroolbark Football Club, Brett Lavers as well. We'll jump into the last couple of games in Division 1. Mitcham take on Lilydale today out at Walker Park. Pretty hard to see Lilydale getting their first win of the season against the Tigers outfit on their home deck. They're not going to give this one up, I don't think, Blake.
No, I don't think they will. So Tigers, I think they're in some good form at the moment. I know they had a little hiccup last week when they beat North Ringwood by 7 points. I think North Ringwood had them over at three-quarter time. But I think, we talk about milestones a lot, and, we haven't really spoken much about Lilydale as much as, we would like to. But it's also Nick Del Biondo's 100th game for Lilydale, just been an absolute servant for Lilydale. He's probably one of the only few that have really stayed at Lilydale as well. If you have a look at the players that have left Lilydale in the off-season, so it's a testament to him and seeing how he sees it all. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is obviously pretty tough. There's been a lot of list turnover for the club in the last, especially over the off-season as well. They lost a lot of players and has made it tough for them. But we are joined here by the Beaconsfield senior coach, Mick Fogarty. Mick, thanks for joining us ahead of a big game today. Another 8-point clash, really. You win, you sort of consolidate your spot in the top 5. Lose it certainly opens it up.
Yeah, it certainly does, and thanks for having me, guys. It's obviously the next 4 or 5 games are all, massive games. If you have a look at how even the competition is, anywhere from 4th to 8th or 9th is up for grabs. So, 8-point game. I think we've got a few of those over the next few weeks. So today's massive, obviously.
How have you seen the division? Obviously, it was tight last year, but I think it's come alive. Certainly in the last few weeks. I mean, the Bayswater side who, a couple of weeks ago were sitting 8th and 9th, and now they're in the top 4. So obviously, there's a lot of sides playing for those probably last 2 spots in the top 5, which makes it really tough each week. You got to be on your game.
Absolutely, you're a couple of percent off. You're gone, you're done. And we did that. Bayswater actually the last couple of weeks have been in some really good form. They got us out there, they play really well. They their second quarter was just enormous. They kicked 6 goals. They had all the momentum, and we just couldn't find a way back from there. But it's just so even, and you just got to make sure that when the opposition gets momentum, you try and restrict the ability for them to hit the scoreboard and stay in the game. So, we've just got to make sure that we're on and play 4 consistent quarters of footy.
G'day, Mick. Blake Tennant here. Just a quick one, mate. As we touched on heavily, if you win, you pretty much obviously see yourself into your first final series. And I want to talk about, Beaconsfield. And I think the last time we had our media game was against Croydon. But how have you seen the league? Because obviously, Beaconsfield's obviously come into the league. But how have you seen, first and foremost, Division 1 and also the league? How have you seen it?
Yeah, look, the league's terrific. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be involved in AFL for a long time, and for Beaconsfield being a new club, new kids on the block, to be accepted into the comp and to be the Division 1 teams have been awesome. They've been fantastic, after game, that sort of stuff.
It must be a pain as well, because every second week you guys will be travelling around somewhere, so you'll be pretty happy you get to come here and
it's just get on the Monash onto Eastern. It's half an hour
down the coast as well.
It's not that
the coast.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that bloody far. So look, we're loving it. Best thing I think the club going forward has done, made the transition to Eastern, and as you can see with East Ringwood, who are a powerful side last year, they've made a really strong transition in Premier and going really well there. So ultimately the goal is to eventually get to Premier. It's hard work. Division 1 is really, really hard work, and we're loving it, absolutely loving it.
Yep. So just one more as well. So just talking about a couple of players, I think we've got to talk about Jaffa Oka. He's having an incredible year. Do you want to talk about him? And also, will we be seeing Matt Johnson in today? Is that correct? I don't want to,
No, that is correct, Brad. We'll speak about Jaff first. Look, Jaff's an enormous talent. He really is. His craft up forward, his ability to work up and down the ground, getting to some really good positions forward. He sees the game really well, and he's an excitement machine, and we're very lucky to have him. Yes, his last couple of weeks have been pretty strong for us. And Matt, it was a bit of a shock. I got the phone call Thursday night from him. He's had some really strong VFL form. So it was a real shock to see him, but we'll take him because he's a class player.
Mick, you mentioned new kids on the block. As you said, only been in the league a couple of seasons. You currently have the best defensive record in the league, and I sort of noticed a trend there that you've done that off a lot of high disposal, uncontested marks. Is that something you've done as sort of an adaptation period coming into the league as a way to defend? Yeah,
I think we were caught out a few times last year with some really powerful forwards from opposition teams, and we just had to find a way to defend and get some numbers back and have some players in positions that are able to play that role. You're right, our defensive structure is pretty sound, pretty strong, and just important that we start from there and we can get the ball on the outside and use that ball well uncontestedly and get into some good areas and then get it forward and try and score. So that's the balance. We just don't score enough as well when we get inside. Our inside 50 count each week, it's quite good, it's quite strong, but we're just not taking full advantage of when we do get it in there. We get it shallow or we get it wide, and we just got to make sure our connection's a lot better to be able to score and put more pressure on the opposition.
And is that probably, you look at some of the sides at the top with South Belgrade, they've got a lot of tall timber in, obviously the Garners and Tim Smith and even, Montrose have got Ryan Garthwaite into the club this year. Is that probably the one thing you'd probably look at in obviously closing that gap between you guys and the top three?
Yeah, if we had a Matty Johnson every week, certainly make a difference. So we played South out here, South Belgrave, and they're at the first time, and they're a really powerful unit. And we had Matt that day because Frankston had a bye early in the year. He kicked 7. I know Cox played for South and he kicked 4, but yeah, there's some powerful forwards. You know, they're an awesome side. South Belgrave, they'll go well, obviously, deep end of the season. And you know, Garthwaite, I noticed he's just come back from a knee, and yeah, he's
good form.
In really good form, and we got them in a couple of weeks. So yeah, it's a challenge each week, and you're right to nail that. We haven't got the biggest or strongest forward or key forward with like Jaff and a couple of others that we try to use, but yeah, that's something that certainly look forward as we go on.
And one player last week, I think Premier Data clocked Damien Johnson at 21 tackles. Did you notice that during the game?
No.
And what sort of, was that accurate?
It's a good point. There was I think a week before they had McKinder up around 50-something possessions, so I'm not sure what's going on Sunday morning when they're doing the vision. But look, it's Damo's co-captain. He's led from the front. He's inside ball. He does chalk up a lot of tackles, but I'm not sure that. I mean, is that a tackle? Is that, but yeah, he's a ripper. He's a ripper.
Absolutely, and obviously here at Holm Park, it's the first time we've actually been out here, and the ground's in great shape. There's a lot of grounds at the moment who are probably struggling with the wet weather we've had in recent weeks, and then the facilities here are fantastic. So it's Beaconsfield. It's the place to be at the moment.
Yeah, it's a great place. As you can see, we're very blessed with our facilities. The ground is in good nick. A few weeks ago, we'd probably having a different conversation, but with the wind and the sun during the week, it's dried it out. So yeah, it should be a great day, great game of footy.
And also just having a look at that board over there, a lot of AFL talent as well coming through, which is unbelievable to have a look. I think I had a look, and I reckon I saw more than 10 there. So it's a bit of an AFL blooded team as well down here at Beaconsfield.
Yeah, well, Cody Waitman's our latest, and we could certainly do with him today, but I don't think that's going to happen, is it?
Also a few AFLW as well that I've seen on the board. So
yeah, Blackburn's another one at the Bulldogs. So yeah, look, it's what the AFL does for the kids and the juniors coming through. It provides a really strong football future for them. You know, the good ones will obviously go through the TAC and hopefully get drafted, and our club provides all that for them. But if it doesn't work out for them, I mean, we're in a terrific competition, a stable competition, one of the best competitions, I believe, in Victoria. So it offers all our kids and our players a terrific competition to play in.
Well, Mick, it's a big afternoon today for you and your boys, so we appreciate you giving up a bit of time before the big game today.
Thanks, guys. All the best.
There we go. The senior coach of the Beaconsfield Football Club, Mick Fogarty, a royalty in the Eastern Football Netball League, and it's great to be able to hear from him, Blake, ahead of what is another big game for them. 8-point games, all these. With how tight the ladder is, a win is so key, and certainly after Bayswater's recent run of form, and obviously Montana South as well, who are sitting 6, who are more than capable of finishing the top 5.
Have a look here at the ladder. It's very tight. You know, I think Montrose now have got a 3-game differential, but from 4th to about, I reckon, probably 9th even.
Yeah, you could even chuck Croydon in there.
Yeah, you can even chuck. Yeah, it's just so tight in this division going forward, and I still think if Beaconsfield can get the win today, I just feel like they're going to be pretty much a set in stone to make a first elimination final.
Yeah, I think they will play finals this year, and obviously you can't take anything for granted, and as you said, every club will be aware that you have to play at your best each week if you are going to win and guarantee that you do play in the final series this year. The last game in Division 1 that we haven't touched on, North Ringwood versus Croydon out at Quamby Reserve. Another side who is in the mix here, North Ringwood. Their form at Quamby has been fantastic across the year. They host Croydon. They beat the Blues by 3 points early in the season. Blues need to keep winning because if Mooroolbark lose here today, it suddenly opens it up. But if North Ringwood win, depending on some other results, they'll be just outside the 5, maybe even in it. So it's again, a big game.
8-point games.
Yeah, they're all 8-point games.
But it's also a big day for North Ringwood as well. I think they've got a helicopter or something going on down there at North Ringwood. I saw there's a big raffle and there's a helicopter ride down there. I was reading on one of their pages, so it's a massive day for North Ringwood, but it's also a massive game first and foremost. So, but the thing is, what I gather with, I just can't understand with North Ringwood. They play so well, Quanby Reserve, but their away record is just up and down. So, but yeah, like you touched on, I feel like if Croydon want to win, and let's say Mooroolbark lose today, I think they'll be level as of.
Yeah, they will. And their percentage
yeah.
still is pretty poor at the moment. I think it's about 70 something, and Mooroolbark actually have a really good percentage, 103 at the moment. So you've got to win at least 2 to probably overtake the Mustangs come the end of the season.
Yeah.
So these are the sort of the games that for the Blues, if they can just get level pegging, it makes it a bit more interesting come the last few rounds of the season.
And that high percentage, it kind of shows you where Mooroolbark are at. They probably are a better side than their ladder position shows, for sure.
Yeah.
But it just comes back to this league. If you're placed 4th to 9th in this division, you've got to win. If you're playing one of those other teams in those places, you've got to win.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, it's a very fascinating ladder at the moment, and even probably a month and a bit ago, we were almost saying the top 5's pretty solid and won't change. There's going to be a lot of changes throughout the last few rounds.
I think the one above it's even more tighter, which
It
we'll
is.
get into
Let's jump into Premier Division. We'll quickly go past a few of the games once we get into having a look at this. Doncaster played Berwick this weekend. I actually gave Doncaster my Super Boost roughly the week, Blake, with their ins. Robbie Gray comes back in. I haven't got the sheet in front of me. I think they've got a couple others. Coughlin, I think, comes back in the side. So a couple of key ins for them. And they have defeated Berwick this season already away from home. So, Dylan, if they are going to win another game in the last 5 rounds, this would probably be the one they pencil in and have a look at. We need to throw everything at it to get another 4 points.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with that, but at the same time, Berwick's last 5 results have actually been really promising. They've had those 2 good wins against Park Orchards and Norwood. They dropped 3 pretty tough games against some of the upper echelon teams in, I think it was Baldwin and East Ringwood were in that mix as well. So, I think they're 2 in a row from the last 2, so we can't really write off Berwick as well, but Doncaster would definitely be penciling that one in as an opportunity to take a scalp.
Yeah, absolutely. Out at Seabeck Oval this afternoon, Roval take on Doncaster East. Last time these two sides played, Roval won by almost 10 goals. I don't think it's going to be that sort of one-sided result, but back at home again, the Hawks will certainly back themselves, Blake. Big win last week against obviously Doncaster. Got them back on track after a disappointing result at Vermont.
Yeah, the thing is, Roval's got a few outs this week, which is going to pretty much, I think, I wouldn't say kill them because their reserve sides.
Who's come out?
I think Mitchell Struck is the main one out of Roval's list. I don't know the others on top of my head, but I think Mitch Struck has obviously got a VFL commitments going on. But yeah, just Roval, they're just playing some right footy. I know with the game we covered a couple of weeks ago against Vermont was pretty average, you would say.
You don't know how much to take out of that Doncaster win either, though, do you? I mean,
no, you can't really take. I mean, it's hard to probably sit down and analyse that one during the week. You probably just leave that go.
It's a good bounce back win, but when they're coming up against Doncaster East, it's a different story, who have won, I think, 4 out of their last 5.
Yeah, and they were disappointing last week against Vermont, but I think it's more saying what the Eagles are putting up on the field this year. But also, the one thing it does do for them is the percentage boost, because it is that even in top 6 in Premier Division. Percentage will play a factor come finals time, come the last round of the season. So they've done themselves no favours by... they've done themselves plenty of favours by spanking Doncaster there.
It was, and we touched on heavy about Roval, but Doncaster East as well have just been inconsistent when they know that they want to be where they want to be. I think they want to be conceding probably a top 3, top 4 side, and I just feel like they're just not hitting where they want to be. That kind of thing. Like,
there's a lot of teams in that boat, though, aren't there?
Yeah, but
in Premier.
Well, I think it's hard to.
They've recruited well, and that's
they
the thing
have
with Doncaster East, and they're just not being consistent enough.
It's probably hard to lay too much criticism on these sides because there's just nothing in it between the top 6. So 6 can beat 1 quite comfortably. 2 can beat 4, 3 can beat 1. so and so. Everyone can beat everyone in that top 6, and it's pretty much locked up now with Blackburn 2 games behind. So it's hard because Doncaster East were coming off 3 or 4 good wins in a row before they ran into Vermont, who are playing Baldwin today at Baldwin Visy Park. It's 1v2, very familiar for Dylan. You're new to the league, but a lot of fans are quite used to this, seeing Baldwin and Vermont on the top of the ladder, and a lot of fans don't like to see that, and it's happened again, and both sides in some good form.
I think just going through it as well, I think they'll win the 2013 decider and the 2016 decider, these two sides. So a lot of history going on.
Didn't Bourne playing about 4 or 5 grand finals in a row or something?
But if you want to talk about grand final history, it was Vermont v Bourne in 2013, and then 2016 these two sides played. So a lot of history, and I don't think the Vermont people would like that Bourne, but I don't think the Bourne people would like Vermont. So it's a great game, and it's funny to see these two sides back at it again where they were 6 or 7 years ago.
Kudos to Vermont, though. When I came on the scene in the league earlier in the season, they'd just been beaten by East Ringwood by near 100 points, I think. On
91 points, match of the round.
Yeah, match of the round. So they've really turned it around, and they're, they're shaping as the team to beat.
And also where they were last year as well. If you were, I know you probably weren't here, of course, but their ladder positioning last year was probably 7th or 8th, and that's the first time they missed finals since 2011. So, so it's a hard one to see, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's also Tim Johnson's 200th game this weekend, and I believe that's only the 11th player in Vermont's history to play 200 games. Robbie Ross played his 200th earlier this season, and coincidentally it was against Baldwin, so maybe there's something in that, and they might be able to win another one on a milestone, as we always like to talk about, Blake.
Milestone
they
games,
get up for them.
I just can't get a read of them. Do they, come on, you really want to play even more harder than that, or do you just want to play like a normal game of footy? And
it's hard because everyone wants to play well each week
for the player, of course. So I just can't get a read on.
Certainly gives them a bit of a lift.
It does
every time.
It shouldn't though at the same time, because you want to be playing.
Of course. Yeah. But as Richmond supporters, we've had a few that have played their milestone against us and beaten us in games that we should have won. It's games that we were favoured in.
It's like interim coaches, when they coach their first game, the players just want to get up for them.
It's a mindset game.
It's a weird situation, but it is what it is, and got to take it on board.
There sort of seems to be a bit of a narrative around Baldwin that they've got another gear to go to. What do you guys how do you feel about that?
It's interesting. I think at full strength, they're the best side in this division. When you look at that list, and obviously Charlie Haley comes in and out with VFL duties, and obviously there's a few others who are similar boat. I don't think Walker's, I don't know how many games he's played this season, but when we saw him early in the season, kicked 6 and was really key up forward. So we've actually seen 2 Baldwin games and seen 2 different Baldwin sides actually in terms of the attitude they had out on the out on the field. So certainly interesting if they bring the right attitude and are at full strength. Urban is coming off another 38 disposals and 3 goals, so clearly they've got that star power in the midfield as well as the forward line. I think at best they're the side to beat. So I don't know if they've got another gear to go to as such, but they probably will look and I don't know. It's hard to tell because it is that close, and East Ringwood were sitting on top just a week ago. So it's hard to say, there's certainly no one front runner at the moment. I couldn't pencil anyone in for the top 2.
They certainly seem a side that likes to play their own way, and that can be disrupted. I know we saw with Noble Park, which is the main reference point I have on that, but Noble Park brought that intense pressure, took them off their game, and if you can do that to Baldwin, even with their star power, they're gettable. Yeah,
I think so, and then that's probably the one game that we looked at and gone, geez, we thought they were coming into that game, they were on top of the ladder, and obviously Noble's pressure just gave them no time and space, and some of their star players just didn't get going, including Charlie Haley. He had a bit of a quiet one that day, so
he copped a few knocks and stuff.
Yeah, he did. A bit of an ankle injury, I think, that day.
Yeah,
so.
Yep.
certainly a couple of things didn't go right for him. Park Orchards take on South Croydon at Domini Reserve. This game has got very interesting now that South Croydon have lost a few on the trot here, and unfortunately for them, Marcus Bazaglo has walked away from the senior coaching role, and we do wish him the best. He's been a fantastic coach for the club, and I hope people do remember that he was able to take them to a preliminary final last year, and has done a good job with an ageing list at the moment. There's a lot of players who are injured at the moment, a lot of players coming to the twilight of their career and probably don't have the depth to cover that, Blake. But it's a big game for them, because if they lose, Park Orchards will be tied on the same amount of wins, and relegation is not out of the question.
100%. But can we also, before we get into the game, Marcus is just a great guy. You know, he comes on, has a chat with us, and he's really, really a great guy. He just down to earth kind of person, and he knows the Eastern Footy League obviously very well, with his stints at East Springwood, of course, that he's had. I think he's also a premiership player at East Springwood. I think he was 2002, their last one, and then he was there from 2005.
They came back from 10 goals in three-quarter time against East Burwood. Yes. That's probably the best grand final in EFNL history, wouldn't it be?
But
had to be up there.
I think I wasn't. I had to be an East Burwood supporter, because my old man happened to be.
Was he playing in that game?
He wasn't playing, but I think he was coaching there. So had to support the East Burwood, but it was pretty tough from reports. I wasn't even born, wasn't thought of it.
What do you mean? You didn't know?
Yeah, but I had to always. But
back in my day.
Come on, please. But anyway, back to the game as well. If Park Orchards can win this will be amazing for them. You know, from where they were, probably at the start of the season, their first month, we knew, I put them on my season predictions to be around that 8th, 7th, conceding maybe for that top 6 kind of thing. And they've really, I would say, not really exceeded the expectations where they want to be. But the last 3 weeks has just been pretty good, except for the Blue last week against Berwick. But they've been.
But they were close. They didn't play poorly. They only lost by a couple of goals and potentially could have been in front at three-quarter time.
100%. And but for South Croydon point of view, they want to put what happened last week away, and they want to. This will be a massive win. You know, I know
if they win.
But of course, the interim coach. So there you go. Like it could be.
I'm off that theory after we lost to Port Adelaide this year.
We try not to talk about AFL. I know it's tough, but
well, your theory is an AFL-based theory.
But the interim coach. So South Croydon would want to win for that new coach who's just coming into the ranks. I think they'll certainly want to win either way, because. They're too good of a side to go down, and I don't think they will. I think they're going to win enough games.
Yeah. Just on South Croydon, do we think that was the right move, whether it was the club that, forced the hand or whether he came up with it himself? But do we think it's, moving forward, it was the best move?
I mean, it's hard to know. It's up to Marcus himself, and I think from the statement he just felt like the club needed a new voice, and that's fair enough. I think he's a fantastic coach. So obviously, if I was at South Croydon, I'd want him there. But it was a mutual decision, and
you'd hate to think it was a sort of a bit of a desperate move to
I
avoid relegation.
I think it's probably a bit of a selfless move from Marcus himself, and thought it was best to get another voice in, and that's probably just the way they've.
He's
gone about
one of those guys as well who would put himself first in front of others. He's a
you
really
mean the other way around.
The other way around. Yeah. So he's a. Like I said, he's a great guy, and 2021 was probably one of the most hardest years, because I think he just stepped into the coaching role for South Croydon after Luke McCormack left, and he had to come in and really help South Croydon win. And we're touching about that prelim. I don't think anyone in the Eastern Footy League would predict South Croydon to be in a prelim final, because you had the Baldwins, of course, the Naval Parks, obviously Roval and Donny East as well. But they made a prelim final.
So he overachieved last year.
Yeah, and I think it was a massive thing. So I reckon, Marcus. I don't think he would have. Yeah, I think he would have left, because it was the right thing for himself to leave at the same time, and he would put in the club in a good point of view. So, yeah.
Absolutely. The last couple of games, Norwood Blackburn, just a quick tip on this one at Mullum Reserve. We saw Norwood last week at home against Blackburn. Blackburn just have to win, stay in touch with the top 6, lose, and it's probably just about it for them. Do they win, or are you back in Norwood at home after what we saw last week?
I'm going to go Blackburn. I think Blackburn I reckon Blackburn 10 points.
Dylan?
I tend to agree with you. I think we're maybe playing too much on that South Croydon game that we watched them dominate, and then since what's happened during the week, we may not be able to take as much out of that game as we thought we could. So, yeah, I think Blackburn, they've got a lot to play for, and I just think Norwood have been too inconsistent. Like, looking at their games, they've beaten the likes of Noble Park and East Ringwood, and yet, you know, the games that they've dropped have been these kind of games.
I'm going Norwood just on the basis of a couple of the guys that are out at the Blackburn list at the moment. No Jason Reed, who's been fantastic this season. No Sam Hart. A couple of younger guys coming into the side, a few debutants. So a bit of a younger side. Their forward line has been giving them a couple of issues in the last couple of weeks.
I haven't got a tip right in this division, so Norwood will win.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So, but
everyone
the thing is, the inconsistency as well could be back to where Norwood have been this year.
Well, that's key for them today.
They've been on and off, and I feel like this could be an off week as they had a massive win against South Croydon on a very big occasion. Of course, being NAIDOC round, and but I feel like it's just gonna. I feel like the inconsistency will get Norwood. I just can't see them winning 2 games in a row. I don't think they have all year. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that'd be so frustrating for the coach, wouldn't it?
Don't count it on me. But I think I don't think
you're lucky my laptop's not working.
Yeah,
so
I don't think they've won 2 in a row.
I think you're right.
I think they've just been a win-loss kind of thing. So yeah. But Blackburn for me.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, but they will be aware of that. And the last time they did play, they were in a winnable position. They have won, so you're pretty much on the spot. They have gone win-loss for most of the season. And that game against Blackburn, they led and then I think gave up a bit of a 4 or 5 goal lead in that one. So they'll have to do a little bit better today if they get the job done. East Ringwood take on Noble Park out at East Ringwood Reserve. Another big game. 2 sides that are in the top 6. Noble is 6 at the moment, just with a bit of a lower percentage, but we saw what they're capable of a couple of weeks ago when they trounced Baldwin away from home, so they'll have no fears going away from Pat Wright Senior Oval and coming to East Ringwood. For me, I tipped East Ringwood yesterday just with a couple more key options up forward. Trent Farmer's in some fantastic form, but again, this is another 50-50 one for me. I wouldn't be surprised if Noble Park come on the road again. They've had a fantastic on-the-road record and pull it off. But
I think this is a tougher matchup for them. I think they like playing those teams like a Baldwin who control the ball and they can really get at them and knock them off theher game, whereas I think East Ringwood are more that combative, contested side, and they'll struggle more to put them off their game.
Blake, do you?
Well, also I think we've got to mention that East Ringwood do have Harry Nolan coming into their side today, so that's a massive in for East Ringwood. But I feel like with East Ringwood, they've got a lot of talent. Yes, we talk about that, but Noble Park's away record is just amazing. Just seeing how they're tracking away compared to their home games. I think they've lost 3 home games, Ryan, I'm pretty sure. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Their home game record for Noble Park has just been pretty ordinary, which we didn't see last year. And but their away record has just been through the roof.
You're right. 3 of their 4 losses have been at home, so they've only lost 1 on the road, which is pretty impressive. And most of their wins have come away from Noble Park.
I think East Ringwood at home will be pretty tough, though.
Yeah, I'm backing East Ringwood here to get a win. We'll jump into Division 2 before we go to a break. The big game. Let's quickly go through the tips here. Waverley Blues up Furniture Gully. I'm sure everyone's tipping Waverley Blues there.
Yep, comfortably.
Bronya versus Knox out at Knox Garden Reserve. Everyone tipping the Hawks at the moment.
We're going to go the Hawk up.
Yeah, have to.
Ringwood against the Basin. A little bit more closer at Jubilee, but Ringwood probably just got way too much on the line, so Ringwood
have to win.
Just a quick one as well. If East Bear would lose to Heathmont and Ringwood win, I think Ringwood go in the 5.
Well, that's the game we'll just have a bit of a discussion about quickly. East Burwood versus Heathmont. The Rams, their first loss in about 6 weeks last week against Bronya. They host Heathmont, who are starting to get back into some good form as well, having some players back into the side. Quick tips and just a bit of an assessment on this game, Dylan. We've seen both sides live this season. Do you think the way East Burwood have started to build into a bit of form back at their home deck can upset Heathmont, or is this
I like the form line, but we saw it last week. They run into a really top side in Boronia, and they get beat. I think they did knock off Templestone a few weeks ago, but I think Heathmont are just flying under the radar. They're playing really good footy, and equal second, aren't they, on points with Templestowe Heathmont? So
Yes.
I think they'll struggle. I think East Burwood will struggle, and I think this is the one they drop.
And key for Heathmont to win as well, Blake, because you've got Waverley Blues in fourth, who are looking for either Templestowe or Heathmont to slip up for a double chance.
And 100%, you're right there on the money there as well. And as I said before, this is a huge game for East Burwood if they want to make finals.
Absolutely. We're going to go to our last break for the pre-game show, and then when we're back, we'll bring in the call team for the Eastland match of the round between Beaconsfield and Mooroolbark.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round between Beaconsfield and Mooroolbark out at Holm Park Reserve. We've just seen the reserves game there with Beaconsfield having quite a big win. The Mooroolbark side a little bit undermanned and a couple of players filling in for that team there, as you can see on the field at the moment. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League. Big Division 1 clash ahead between the two sides looking to consolidate their spot in the top 4 is Beaconsfield, taking on a Mooroolbark side who are in a bit of a difficult position. They win, they could be into the top 5. Lose, and then you could be facing a little bit of trouble with the relegation double this season with Croydon hot on their tail. I'm joined this afternoon by Brett Beston, who will be calling aside me. Brett, welcome to Holm Park. It's around the corner from your place, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's one of the closer grounds, which was very nice today. I usually have to travel about 10 miles or 10 k's or 20 k's to already get anywhere. But no, it was nice today, just driving around the corner. But no, first time here, really nice grounds, and looking forward to a good game today as the teams come onto the ground.
Absolutely. And also joining us for the first time this afternoon, Ray Baird.
Yeah, good afternoon, boys, and good afternoon to all the listeners out there.
my second week in a row down in this neighbourhood because I was at Berwick last week, so it's becoming quite a habit.
It's the best part of the Melbourne.
Have you been here before, Ray?
Yeah, I was here early in the year when Beaconsfield took it up to South Belgrave, and South Belgrave just got over the line. But that was the day where it rained right through the reserves game and was raining in the first quarter, but the rest of the day turned out to be sunshine.
Yeah.
So there is a bit of hope for the weather this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And also joining us this afternoon, he heard his voice in the pre-game, Dylan Smith, who will be in the special comments chair for the first time this season.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Ryan. Really looking forward to this one. New experience for me, but enjoying the day so far. And
no pressure, Dill, no pressure.
Yeah, yeah, no, great facilities out here so far at Beaconsfield, so happy to be here.
Absolutely, and both sides now out on the field. A big inclusion, a late inclusion, is Matt Johnson, who not playing in the VFL this week. Brett, that was a bit of a surprise to see him listed, and a big positive here for the Beaconsfield Football Club, and that will certainly boost their forward line.
Oh, 100%. Well, I just had a brief chat to Mick Fogarty just after you guys were talking to him, and he's very happy that
I'm sure he would.
Understandably, so that really gives them a huge boost. And obviously, you've got Jaffa Ocker. I think he's kicked 28 goals as well. So they've got a bit of firepower up forward to kick some goals. And for what it's worth, I think Beaconsfield will be too good today in this one.
Well, it's certainly a bit of a surprise. A couple, obviously, Johnson coming in, Ray, and then for Mooroolbark, they've lost a couple of key players here. As they do, every side we see on a match of the round, they always lose a couple, and a couple of key players there in Peacock and Boyd certainly makes it a little bit tougher for the Mustangs.
It certainly does, and I believe that they'll have their work cut out for them today. I know that they played, took it up to Bayswater last week and just fell short for the second week in a row, but they come up against the side that I saw early in the year, as I alluded to, and I like the way they run the ball.
Absolutely, and joining us on the boundary line this afternoon is Josh Ward and Blake Tennant. Josh, have we got you there?
You do, fellas. It's not the greatest conditions to be on the boundary, I have to say. It's starting to come down a little bit.
The moaning started already.
Oh, come on. I've got the 3 layers on and the beanie on as well. I'm perfectly fine.
Complaints every week.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah.
No, but it's still in really good nick, the ground. I've been out here all day. It's been quite a day as well with the women's contest early on, and now we've got the men's match of the round. I've been looking forward to this day, and it's been a great day so far. Hopefully a close contest out here. The toss has just been done as well. Kane Noonan won it, and we'll be kicking to the left of your radio dials, Mooroolbark. Beaconsfield to the right. I'm going to go Beaconsfield as well. Matt Johnson is a massive inclusion. Despite being dropped from VFL duties, he still had a really great VFL season, and he's a proven goal kicker with Beaconsfield. It's just a massive inclusion, and they're players that they've lost as well, in Jai Peacock and Jesse Boyd. They're 2 big ones. So, yeah, I'm back in the Eagles in here. Blakey?
Yeah, I think you're going to go past the Eagles. As we touched on heavily, if they win today, I think they've really cemented their spot in the 5. So, but if Mooroolbark lose today, a lot of pressure could go on them because if Croydon win today, they could potentially go even on points, so it'll be even. But I think Beaconsfield by probably about 4 goals. I think the rain would cause a bit.
And the last time these two sides played, it was another close one, 7 points, I think, in favour of Beaconsfield. But that was a game that finished with another thriller, and that's been sort of the story of the season from Mooroolbark. A lot of close games and a lot of close losses, so plenty of near misses. They will hopefully, for their sake, be able to put in a better result this afternoon. I was to go boundary side, Josh Ward.
I just want to add the late inclusions for Mooroolbark. I think you guys would have already mentioned it. Nathan Arena and Matt Colliver for them. Colliver will be wearing the number 34 and Nathan Arena wearing the number 18. And I've noticed on Kane Noonan as well, he's wearing the number 0. I don't think I've ever seen that on local footy.
That is interesting. TAC round, that will be why that is.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder, we're just going to have, if you may be able to check with the Beaconsfield bench to see if they've got someone in the number 0 as well.
Sorry, quick one. So whoever's wearing the number 0, all captains are wearing that.
All captains are wearing it. So
all captains.
It's something that the EFNL have adopted over the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's players wearing the blue armbands as well.
Armbands.
So, and there's I think a couple wearing black armbands as well.
So who's got the 0 in the Beaky team?
I can't see anyone from Beaconsfield. Jake Bowd went to the toss, but he's wearing the number 2 though. So who knows?
Keep an eye on it, but it is TAC round. And for the first bounce, Brett Beston to take us away for the Eastland match of the round.
Thanks. As we get the first hit out of the way, and it goes to Coe, who will be a key figure today against Monkhurst. Big jewel on the ruck as it's taken out of there. Freed away there nicely by bit of a scrap as the ball bouncing around all over the place, as you often see going, and they're trying to get hands on it was George. Now Beaconsfield do get control of the footy, and they decide to go forward for the first time. Let's see if someone can get on the end of it, but only nicely done. Ocker almost got his hands on it there. Plenty of goals for him. He goes in a great second attempt. Going across there is Crossley, close to the boundary. Still in over there. Ocker trying to get his hands on it, and eventually they see it across. And we'll have a throw it on the boundary side. A little bit of precipitation out here at Holm Park, but nothing too much to worry about after the in the early exchanges. It's 0-0. We're coming up to the first minute play.
And the other co-captain there, Johnson, is wearing his normal number of 14, so maybe there isn't a 0 at the moment, but we'll certainly keep an eye on it as Mooroolbark get the clearance forward. Got a couple of players here, one of them there in a Met, gets a handball forward. Chance now for Dobie, takes a player on and gets a kick forward in the direction there of a teammate. There's Aussie Smith, has a massive season so far. The kick over the top could work out well if they've got the runners. Beaconsfield have got some numbers, they overrun it. They're under a lot of pressure here. Mooroolbark can lock it in. Grabbing it now, a short handball there by Roth. A kick towards goal. Bouncing ball is there. Mooroolbark on the board. 1 straight 6. Mooroolbark to Beaconsfield, yet to score right there.
Yeah, and Giorgio was the goal kicker there, boys. But I like that ball was going past the wing there. There was a player who picked it up, and the quickest hand pass I've ever seen. That was Thatcher, and I thought there was great work by the big man to get that hand pass off and got the ball into the forward 50. But that's a start that Mooroolbark would be looking for.
Giorgio or Roth? We thought
boundary.
It was down to the boundary, boys.
It was Trent Giorgio that kicked that goal.
Giorgio,
really good goal there. It means probably it looks like Lachlan Valentine has the job on him, so he's going to have his work cut out. He's had a good start to the season as Giorgio on return.
So, terrific player, Trent Giorgio, of course. I've seen a lot of them over the years. Key figure in this game as the umpire sends it up again. Johnson again wins the hit out as the ball bounces into the contest. Trying to get his hands on it over there was Harris. He had it for a moment, but then he lost it. And they're on the ground, well and truly wrapped up there. It's as tight as a drum. And Aussie Smith on the bottom of that. And the umpire says, let's ball it up here at Holm Park. As up it goes. Up they go again. This time it's easily won by Monkhurst. Used his body to good effect on that time. It's been socketed forward. Mark is taken over there. And now Beaconsfield to come forward again. Nice little chiselled kick taken there by Bowd. Bowd wheels around onto the left foot, goes inside 50. Can he hit a target? There's targets back there, but it goes right over the top, and Kennedy's got a bit of work to do. He'll probably be happy to see this across the boundary line, and he does it as inconspicuously as he can, even though it looked pretty deliberate to me, but anyway.
Smart play.
It was. 3 minutes gone, and just that's 1 goal on the board at the moment. It's Mooroolbark by 1 goal to Beaconsfield, no score.
Locked in here for the Beaconsfield forward 50 in the ruck. Monkhurst gets the hit out. McKinder's there for Beaconsfield, might be able to grab it. Ocker does. Hand pass off to a teammate there. And they link up. Bit fumbly though, it is wet conditions out there, so you got to be very clean with the footy. Chance now for Beaconsfield. Grabbing it first there was Egan. Bit of a scrap as the ball comes out. Now a chance to Stoko. Goes inside 50 for the Eagles. Mark almost taken, but picked it up well. Chance there by Johnson, who's back into the side. Mooroolbark might be able to clean up through Noonan. Under a bit of pressure, good tackle laid by George, and we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Eagles.
Mooroolbark already stamping their dominance at the clearance here so far. 3 clearances to 1, and that's how that goal came about as well.
Absolutely, and as we said, Johnson's a massive inclusion there. Almost got his hands to it early. Stoko was tackled by Smith. Just got rid of it in time. Bit of a scrap trying to get out there. Johnson brought into a tackle. We'll get another ball up. 4 minutes gone into this first quarter. Mooroolbark 1 straight 6. Beaconsfield yet to score inside their forward 50.
So I don't know if it's just my imagination, but the last time I saw a Riley Monkhurst, he looked quite a bit bigger than he was. I think he's trimmed down a bit, and he's certainly getting off the ground. He's going to be a key figure for Mooroolbark as the ball bounces around. Now has a chance for Beaconsfield to go inside 50. Oh, good. Is it? No, it hasn't been paid. I thought that was going to be a mark. Great work there by Bowd as he wheels around onto the left foot, gets the kick goalwards. And it's going to be Ocker on the line, trying to get his hands on it. And it's through for a minor score. So, first minor score of the day. And indeed the first score for Beaconsfield. It's 1 goal 6, playing 1 behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Coming up to 95 minutes as Mooroolbark bring it back into play.
Well, they clear it to us on the broadcast side. Flew there was Bedos. He got his handball off to Monkhurst, and the kick down the line will be cut off. Fumbly ball there. Can't quite pick it up, can the Eagles? Under a bit of pressure early. Good pressure there by Thatcher. Good tackle. Ball falls out. The handball there for the Eagles. Can't go quite far, and we'll get another stoppage here on the wing. Instead of 5-point lead to Mooroolbark. Out here at Holm Park for the first time for an Eastland match of the round. Punch off by Monkhurst, went into space, found Noonan, got his handball off to Dobie, and Dobie goes forward, almost taking the mark there was Thatcher, couldn't quite hold it. Ball finds some space and a chance for Mooroolbark to go inside 50 again through Dobie. He's had a bit of it early. The kick is a good one, finds a target, and strong hands by Gilby. And Beaconsfield looked like they were set up quite well, had a man in front, but the ball just got over the top and landed right in the lap of Gilby.
Yeah, look, Mill, Beaconsfield have had their chances, but they're not hitting their targets with their hand passes. That's what's one big thing that they've got to tighten up on.
Well, you certainly have to in these sort of conditions. No room for error as Jackson Gilby lines up for his first of the afternoon and Mooroolbark's second. To the left-hand side of screen, or left hand of the radio dial. Gilby comes in, good-looking kick off the boot, and he likes it. And Mooroolbark have their second, 2 straight 12 to Beaconsfield, 1 behind. 6 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
As I've said, Beaconsfield, they just got to tighten up with their disposals because they're getting plenty of the football, but they're not using it to advantage.
So Mooroolbark off to a bit of a fire. I might change my tip, I think. No, I'm only kidding. I still like Beaconsfield, but they're off to a slow start in this one. But as Ray said, they've had plenty of the football, but they just haven't been able to control it and do what they need to do with it. So we're back in the middle.
Look, it's a real hot football out there, and I just like the way that Riley Monkhurst, he's putting his presence out there, and he's a big man. To see him coming towards you, that frighten the daylights out of anybody.
He's really assisting in those clearances as well.
Yeah, he certainly is, yep. As well as getting the headouts, he's going and getting his own footy, which is important. So taking an age for the ball to come back. Finally, the umpire seems to be in no hurry. Come on, ump, get on with it. Finally, we get the ball back in the middle. Up it goes. Johnson, or it might have been Monkhurst who got the tap that time. We'll give it a 0-all draw. Noonan takes it and bangs it forward. Inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? Only a Beaconsfield player. Mark has taken it. I think it's Bowed, is it? Might have it. So they'll bring it out. Beaconsfield taking a bit of time. In fact, it's Stoko of the Trent variety. There's 2 Stokos playing today. Taken there by Roth. And finds a target in Austin Smith. So Smith, he's got a bit of net fight about him, hasn't he, Austin Smith? Or is it just me? Probably just me.
Star of the competition.
So here's a terrific player, Austin Smith. This will test him though. It's a long kick and in not the greatest conditions. So let's see how he goes. He'll be kicking from probably just inside the arc. Nice deliberate approach on its way. How does it look? No, goal umpire was moving pretty early and he got a bit of a shove as well from Giorgio, who just goes over and apologises, but it's through for a minor score, totally accidental, and it's Mooroolbark by 2-1-13 to 1 behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 8 gone.
Ball use really hurting Beaconsfield here so far. They've created a few good turnovers, but then just hurting themselves with that next kick.
Yeah, I think you're right as White kicks it out and the kick in there, and they try and go on the far wing. Kick down the line, bounce off a chest of a player. Ball hits the ground. Noonan tried to get the ball on the boot, was smothered. Chance now for McKinder if he can pick it up cleanly. He does. Handball is cut off, and that's been happening a few times so far. But they link up all right here. Misso goes forward. They link up again. Now they'll look to go inside 50 over the back. No one's there. Umpire's called something. I believe it was downfield. So it's a free kick to Beaconsfield, and it will be a set shot now.
And it's Matt Johnson with the ball too, boys.
So handy play to have. He'll play on, rolls around and has a shot on goal.
He's got
but
plenty on that.
Too far left, but you're right, he certainly did get onto it. 2 behinds Beaconsfield, Mooroolbark 2-1-13. 9 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So we'll go boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I could just definitely tell that there is a bit of a wind going down that Beaconsfield, like that kick from Johnson there. So there is a little bit of a breeze to the left, I reckon.
So it's Mooroolbark who bring it out in the back pocket now as they try to work it out of defence. A long kick down the line. Who can get up there? There's plenty of flyers over the top there. George almost got hands on it. In fact, no, it wasn't George. It was Mowat, should I say. As the ball is thumped into the back inside 50 again and knocked away. It'll go across the boundary. Around about half forward. So Beaconsfield with a bit of territory at the moment. They just need to get the points on the board.
Boundary.
As we get out of the boundary with Dylan.
It's Josh Best.
Oh, Josh, sorry. Dylan's alongside me.
One thing I've noticed as well, Jafar Ocker is playing as the deepest forward. It looks like him and Johnson are interchanging between that deepest forward.
Josh, big tackle coming in there from Monkhurst. He almost took his opponent's head off there.
Silko he took off.
So up it goes again. And good wrestle. It's Monkhurst who gets the hit out. Chasing it through was Roth. In fact, it was Raymond, but couldn't get hands on it. And the umpire says we'll have another stoppage. So we've had 10 minutes gone. An 11-point margin. 2-1-13 to 2 behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So one area of the ground they might be able to get on top here is in the midfield with Monkhurst there. Ball comes out. Chance of Beaconsfield. Ozzie Smith's first in to grab the ball, and he is brought into a tackle, and umpire pings him for holding the ball. So chance now for the Eagles. It's Johnson, the co-captain, to send them forward. Inside 50 again, yet to hit the scoreboard mark. Out the back taken, and there he is, Matt Johnson, who will have another chance at a goal. And he is a very reliable kick of the football, but it is tough conditions, so certainly will need to kick through it.
That goal
perfectly.
came directly again from that pressure in the centre. Beaconsfield ranked the #1 pressure side in this division, so really showing there.
So Matt Johnson coming back into the side this week, very handy. I think the last time he played, he kicked 7 against South Belgrave. Don't know if he's played since that game earlier in the season. Matt Johnson comes in looking for Beaconsfield first of the afternoon. Kick on the way, nice kick of the football.
Yep.
You can hear it on ground level. That's through. Beaconsfield have their first. 1-2-8 to Mooroolbark, 2-1-13. 11.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this first quarter.
And that's really a goal that Beaconsfield need to kick, because for the last 5 minutes or so, it's ball's been inside their forward 50. And when that happens, I've said it many a time, when you got momentum, you got to hit the scoreboard.
Certainly, Ray, can get very frustrating if you have all the territory, but you can't put it on the board. But a much-needed goal. A nice work by Johnson. He's going to be a presence this afternoon. Of course, the Frankston VFL player having a rare run out with the Beaconsfield side today. No one gets it from the ruck contest, and one of the Mooroolbark players was taken off the ball there, and the umpire says play on. No. Away they go. It's Austin Smith now wheeling around, putting it forward, trying to hit a target. Dropped it over there, it was, by Mowat. Ball is loose on the ground. But Beaconsfield have still got it, and they'll work it out of defence. Switching it across the ground. Dangerous kick, but it worked out well for Rowland. Rowland goes down the ground. Nice mark taken there as well. This is better. Smith now goes down the line, but there's plenty of Mooroolbark defenders there. Bounces off one of them. Into the hands there of an unsuspecting George, who wasn't really anticipating it. Now the kick down the line again. Bouncing around over there, trying to get his hands on it. Was Stucco, couldn't do so. Now they go forward again, Beaconsfield. Taken there by Misso. Scragged through a tackle. That might be holding the ball, I think it is. Taken there by one of the Beaconsfield players, Smith, who got taken with the footy. And it's a free kick to Mooroolbark.
So they look to go inside 50. Now through Gilby. Sends it long, looking for a teammate there. Mark out the back taken. Strong hands by Trent Giorgio. For goal number 2, he'll line up. And they've just been able to quickly move the ball into their forward line multiple times this quarter so far and made the most of their opportunities because they've been limited.
They certainly have, and all credit must go to Smith there. That tackle, when Beaky had the run of the ball, that tackle turned everything over, and now they got the opportunity to score.
And he moved the ball really quickly as well, which if you saw on that previous entry, it just got chopped out by the intercept markers.
That kick there by Giorgio. Too much to the right, so just a minor score. Mooroolbark 2-2-14, Beaconsfield 1-2-8. 13.5 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So a bad miss by Trent. He's got one for the day so far. And the margin is back to one straight kick, so I've had 13 minutes gone. As Beaconsfield bring the ball back into play off the boot of White. Goes out wide, finds a target as well. Quickly transferred there. Nice work by Coe, the big ruckman, but he doesn't find a target. Bouncing around Johnston. He's in a bit of trouble over there, and he's been taken by 2 Mooroolbark players. The umpire comes in and says no prior opportunity, and we'll have a ball up on the far side of the ground. Quickly throws it up, doesn't muck around. Easily hit out there by Johnson, slaps it down. Now it's Austin Smith, gets it back to a teammate in Thompson. Trying to go forward, ball on the ground. Still got it Mooroolbark as they, funny little handball, went virtually straight up in the air, and Beaconsfield should be able to get out of this now as they switch it right across the ground. Let's see who's over here. Out into this broadcast side of the ground. Bouncing around there. Trying to pick it up over there was Egan. Couldn't do so, but eventually they do get hands on it. And now they go forward. Inside 50 again. This is a dangerous position. They'll be happy to see it over. And eventually, in fact, it's through for a minor score. So good defending in the end by Beaconsfield, but they're under a fair bit of pressure there. 1-2-3-15. playing 1-2-8 Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're up to nearly 15 gone in this first term.
So White to take it out for Beaconsfield. The season he's had this year, clears it, but it's going to be a turnover. Intercept mark taken, and the Mustangs will push forward again. Open players everywhere, and they've got one there in Liam George, who'll line up for another set shot here for the Mustangs.
Very sloppy work by the back six there of Beaconsfield. Very sloppy.
Yeah, disposal efficiency, as you've both mentioned at the moment, probably hasn't been up to scratch.
This is the second shot on goal they've conceded from a kick-in.
Yeah, a couple of things to work on coming into quarter time. 15 and a half minutes gone. There's a chance here for Liam George. But they've got to use it while they've got the chances. Because, you know, Beaconsfield will come when they get going. So, lines up. About 40 metres out. Kick on the way too much to the right. Again, just a minor score. 2-4-16 to 1-2-8 the Eagles. 15 coming up to 16 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So wasting some opportunities, Mooroolbark, as Beaconsfield bring the ball back into play. Chipped out into the back pocket. Mark is taken there by Rowlands. Looking around for someone to kick to. Not too many options at the moment. Eventually sends it down the line. That's a dangerous kick, and they've turned it over. Here's an big tackle coming in there. Now what's he going to pay here? Was it high?
Yeah, paid it high.
Right, so that was Dobie who came and he put in a really big tackle. Good commitment. In fact, no, he's got the free kick, Toby. So there you go. So he'll go back and line up. So Mooroolbark with an opportunity to get another one on the board. This will be their third and give them a pretty handy lead.
And another shot from goal from a kick in as well.
Yep. And a very similar position to the last kick, which we saw the last two kicks really, which you've missed. So let's see if he's learnt something, Dobie. Braden Dobie makes his approach, kicks a funny kicking style, but he gets plenty on it. Looks good. It's through. Yeah. It's a beautiful kick by Dobie. So he gets his first of the afternoon. He's got 18 goals for the season, so make that 19 now. And Mooroolbark extend their lead 3-4-22 to 1-2-8 Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 17.
Props to Mooroolbark, because Beaconsfield just cannot get out of their own half here at the moment.
I think they've got to have a look around, because when they were kicking that in, it wasn't actually from a kick out, I don't think. It was a mark bound down there. But there was options if they switched the ball to this side. They had three players screaming out for it, but no, they tended to kick it down the line and they kicked it to the opposition.
So back in the middle. Rain starting to hold off just for a moment, but probably be in and out. Beaconsfield looking to get the clearance forward. Johnston, the co-captain, just sends it long in the direction of Ocko. It will just seemingly bounce in front of him. He keeps it in front. There's Noonan, got the handball off to a teammate who was brought down in a tackle. That was George. Aussie Smith will pick this up. Handball over the top to Roget, and they're off. Noonan inside 50. Can they take another mark inside? Almost. Ball hits the ground. Beaconsfield under a lot of pressure. Brought down in a tackle there. Burke picks it up for the Mustangs. Another big tackle by Johnston, and we'll get a ball up inside 50. 18 minutes gone. Mooroolbark 3-4-22. Beaconsfield 1-2-8 here at Holm Park Reserve.
So and that surged out of the back line. Once again, it was a misdirected hand pass. It turned it over to the Mooroolbark side.
So they get it out of the stoppage and the kick forward. Can someone get on the end of it? Dropped there by White. Probably should have taken that one. They're under a fair bit of pressure. But it looks like they might be able to get this one across the boundary line. No, it's still over there. Someone has a snap from the boundary. This will be some goal if it goes through, but it doesn't. Through for a minor score. So one more to the Mooroolbark total. 3-5-23. To 1-2-8, and we're coming up to only 19 minutes gone in this first term.
So Beaconsfield to clear it out, coming towards us on the broadcast side. Punched from behind there by Crossley. Ball falls into the direction there of a teammate in. Couldn't quite pick it up, so out of bounds. A good start here for the Mustangs. 3-5-23, the Beaconsfield 1-2-8. Not a single member of the media team has tipped him this afternoon, so off to a bit of a flyer.
Early days.
In the ruck here, tap forward, a chance for Harris for Beaconsfield, picks it up. Handballs over the top, it's cut off, and now a chance the Mustangs will go inside 50 again. Here's Roth. Sends it long over the back, Giorgio's there. Who can run onto it first? It's Beaconsfield, clean pick up there, and a chance Merrick to clear it out into space. Boundary line would be their friend here, unless the player can run onto this. No one quite able to pick it up cleanly. Doing well there was Colliver, who's come into the side. It was a late inclusion. Dry Peacock out today alongside Boyd. A couple of late outs for the Mustangs makes things a little bit tougher as the ball is stopped on the outer wing. 3-5-23 to 1-2-8. Good start to Mooroolbark here. 20 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So one out of the middle by Thatcher. Knocks it down, but they probably won't get the clearance out. It's pretty tight in there. But eventually they do get a funny old left foot kick forward. Here's an opportunity. Goes into the hands of Bedos, who went after it. Went without it, should I say. Now the kick forward. It's being socketed all over the place here. It's like ping pong. As eventually Beaconsfield do get their hands on it. Out towards this wing. Challenging contest over there, and it's going to stay in over there, still in. Trying to get away was Roth, and now there's Beaconsfield who are out, and it's Stocko of the Tiley variety. Gets a kick forward, but they can't get a mark. Going in there, diving on it was George, and it's a bit untidy. Dragged back in there by somebody, might be in trouble, whoever that was. Still clear. That's just going in there, Dobie again, and eventually the umpire says, what a terrible piece of play. Give it to me, we'll tidy it all up. So 21 minutes gone almost as the ball goes in. Taken out of the ruck there by the big man. And Thatcher, he's been pretty good so far. The kick forward finds Mounter. Now it's in the hands there of White. White goes down the line. Trying to hit a target, but there's plenty of Mooroolbark defenders there, but it fell rather fortuitously into the hands of Wasilko. And now they're out here. The ball coming into the hands now of Misso. Chance to go forward now. They could do with a late one. Mark taken there. Nice work by Bowd. Will wheel around. And he'll send it forward again. Trying to find it was Silka. It was Ocker. But the mark is taken there. Good work by Arena, one of the late-ins for Mooroolbark.
So now they're a big chance here to go the other way. Noonan in the midfield. Had plenty of it early. That kick is a turnover, though. And right into the hands of a Beaconsfield defender in Mowat as he short-kicked it to Stocko. And he goes back. And this will be Trent Stocko. Quite similar, a couple of boys down there in the Eagles jumper. Down towards us here on the broadcast side. It's a bit of a turnover. Giorgio gets there but couldn't quite pick it up. Socket off the ground. Chance now for Roth. He was pushed and he'll get himself a free kick here with 22 minutes gone in this first quarter. Still plenty of chance for a late goal or two from either side.
I don't know if it's because the rain stopped, but the game's really opened up in the last 2 or 3 minutes.
It certainly has as Roth goes down the line. Aussie Smith there over the top. No mark taken. Ball hits the ground. Aussie Smith still ends up with it. Got his handball away. And the boundary line will meet the ball at the moment as we go boundary side to Josh Ward.
Yeah, the rain has stopped, Ray, and it stopped about 5 minutes ago, I reckon. So, yeah, I think it might play into Beaconsfield's hand. They like to have control of possession, whereas the wet weather before wouldn't have played into their favour.
So one out of the middle by the stoppage by Beaconsfield. It's McKinder with a footy, but he lost it. It's going to be a really hard one to handle for the rest of this game. It's Keeling who had his hands on it, but now it comes out and they get it forward off the boot of George. Bouncing around all over the place here. Going back there, excellent work there by Mowat. He did really well, and he's found a target as well. There's a little bit of space here. First time in a while. Nice work by Harris. Goes right across the other side of the ground, trying to find a target, and he does. This is good work by Beaconsfield. Not necessarily going anywhere, but they've got a bit of possession finally, but that's not a good kick. Chasing it over there and getting his hands on it was Bowd, and he shows a bit of speed too, Bowd. Not a great kick, though, and is it going to stay? Nice work there, great work by Johnson. One of the late-ins. Long kick forward, and what's the umpire paid here? A little bit of holding, I think. This might go against
Mooroolbark, I think.
Going against Ocker. He's got his arms out and he's not happy, and it's a free kick to Mooroolbark.
It was better ball movement that time from Beaconsfield. They've struggled after winning the turnover to keep it going, and that time it was a lot better.
So they clear it out now. Through at the hands of Arena. Long down the line, looking towards a teammate there. Couldn't quite mark it. Now a chance to Beaconsfield. They'll send it back inside where it just came from. Ocker was down back, but the defender did well to keep it in front of him. They've got plays everywhere. A shot on goal here for the Eagles. If he can clear the top. I don't know if anyone touched it. They did.
Yeah.
And that was well done there. I think that was Bedos who just got a hand to it. So a minor score to the Eagles. 1-3-9. Mooroolbark 3-5-23. 24 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So another near miss for Beaconsfield. They've had one of those nearly days so far. As Mooroolbark bring it back in from the kick. Johnson got a fairly decent shove, I thought, but the umpires had nothing doing. Monkhurst had it for a moment. And there's a ball up going to ensue. Just at half forward on this right side, over on the broadcast side of the ground. Up it goes. And Johnson against Monkhurst in the ruck. Monkhurst pretty much unattended that time. As the ball into the hands of the big man over there, McPherson. He's taken to the grounds. So another ball up. A lot of stoppages today so far, which is likely to be the pattern of the game. Free kick in the ruck contest. Now, which way is this one going?
Monkhurst.
Monkhurst it is. Looked a bit soft, but Johnson it is. He gives away the free kick. So now it's Monkhurst looking around for someone to kick to. Not too many options, but he kicks it out towards this wing again. Over they go. Johnson had hands on it. Couldn't take it, but it doesn't matter because the umpire says that'll do us as the siren goes. And the end of the first quarter, it's a pretty interesting one too. And it's Mooroolbark with their noses in front at the moment, 3-5-23 to 1-3-9. He's won with the goal kickers for the first quarter.
All single goal kickers in the first quarter for Mooroolbark, Braden Dobie, Trent Giorgio and Jackson Gilby, all with one each. As for Beaconsfield, Matt Johnson, their only goal kicker, back into the side this week. It is Mooroolbark at quarter time, 3-5-23, leading Beaconsfield 1-3-9 in the Eastland match of the round. We'll be back just shortly after a break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round out at Holm Park Reserve. Beaconsfield versus Mooroolbark, and it is the Mustangs off to a quick start. 3-5-23 to Beaconsfield 1-3-9. I'm Ryan Long. Joined by Brett Beston, Ray Baird and Dylan Smith. Ray and Dylan, your thoughts on that first quarter?
Yeah, well, look, the honours has to go to Mooroolbark for the quarter. Look, the rain come down, not heavy, but just steady drizzle rain, and I think that played into their hand. Monkhurst in the ruck was dominant, and there was a lot of stoppages, but once the rain went and it dried up a little bit, Beaconsfield were able to get the ball, and just on the odd occasion where they did get it, they run the ball from end to end really quickly. Whereas in the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the game, they were definitely missing their targets with their handballs.
Yeah, I'll certainly echo that about the conditions suiting Mooroolbark. What Beaconsfield are going to have to do in this second quarter and for the rest of the game is try to get some sort of equilibrium in the clearance, because they're getting absolutely smashed in that area at the moment through Monkhurst from Mooroolbark. If they can break even in that area, I think their ball movement will see them through.
So we go boundary side to Blake Tennant.
What's the key messages?
Yeah, the key message, I suppose, before game was obviously to bring that intensity towards Beaconsfield and, try and control stoppage. And I thought we did. We had our fair share of footy there. I thought, we probably adapted to conditions a little bit quicker than them, and we gave ourselves some really good looks inside 50. And unfortunately, we probably didn't convert as well as we'd like. But, geez, we've started well. Can't ask for more from the boys.
Yeah, do you feel like the wet weather footy definitely suits your game? Of course, there was a bit of drizzle going on. Did that really put you guys in the front? I know Beaconsfield were probably a bit overwhelmed by it, but you guys took it by storm that quarter.
Yeah, I definitely thought the weather, if it rains, will help us. I think it takes away a couple of their marking strengths up forward. So I don't mind if you bring the rain out here. That'd suit. I'm happy with that, yeah.
No worries, Brett. All the best for the game, mate.
Thanks there, Blake Tennant, with Brett Lavers, the senior coach of the Mooroolbark Football Club. Just a couple of quick results around the ground. Sylvan lead Oakley 44-8 at quarter time. East Burwood leave Heathmont 20-19. And then in Division 1, Montrose 5-4-34 to One Turner South 1-8. So a couple of one-sided results so far around the grounds as we get ready to start for this second quarter. I said rain has stopped for the moment. I'm not sure if that will come back or not, but certainly won't mind Brett Lavers, but we're all set to go for the second quarter here for the Eastland Match of the Round.
So back into it as the umpire throws it skywards. Monkhurst takes it out of the ruck, sends it forward inside 50. Last thing that Beaconsfield will want to do here is concede an early goal. They won't at the moment, though, because they've got a free kick and they can bring it out of half-back. Kick out wide. Up they fly, and that'll be another free kick going the way of Egan this time. He got manhandled, and the umpire said Thompson wanted to take the free kick, but it wasn't yours, my friend. It's going the way of Egan. So Egan will go back and send it inside 50 once again. There's the kick. Can they get someone on the end of it? Good fist coming out of there. I think it was Missa who got it away, and it will go out of bounds. It's a good defence by Beaconsfield as we get into the boundary with Dylan.
Josh again, best.
Josh, sorry.
I was listening into Mick Fogarty at that quarter time address. He wants them to be a lot more cleaner and to give the defence a bit less pressure and be up and about and a lot harder at the contest. One change as well, Ethan Harris gone up forward from the wing.
Interesting. So I imagine Mick wouldn't have been too happy. I've seen a couple of his sprays over the years when he was at Noble Park, and you don't want to be on the end in front of him. As he kicks it forward, they send it up the line. Mark is taken over there, and the umpire says, yep, we'll just pay the mark. And so Beaconsfield in possession of the footy. They go inboard. Nice mark taken there by Johnston to begin for Beaconsfield. Long kick forward. Ocker tried to get his hands on it. It's gone over the back, though. Trying to pick it up over there. One of the Beaconsfield players taking a ground, and the umpire, I think, will have to come in and settle it down with a ball up, which he will.
And Jake Bode was free in space.
He missed a trick there.
Yeah, they were a bit quicker as the ruck contest there. Ocker went up against Monkhurst, and we'll get a stoppage. But fortunately for Beaconsfield, they missed out on a bit of an opportunity. 2 minutes gone to the second quarter. The Eastland Match of the Round. Well done there by the Beaconsfield player. The ruck. Ooh. And the mark almost taken by Johnson, but it was just a minor score. So Beaconsfield 1-4-10, Mooroolbark 3-5-23.
That last passage of play is exactly how Beaconsfield want to play, though. They created the turnover down in defensive 50, moved the ball well. I think if they can create those opportunities, they can get on top here.
So Mooroolbark to bring it back in. They've had their opportunities, Beaconsfield, but they just haven't been able to convert. I'm sure that'll be something that they'll work on as the ball from the kick in from White comes out towards this far side, and there's a whistle as George was thrown out of the way, but it's a free kick going the way of Bowd for Beaconsfield, taking an age to get rid of it as he tries to line up someone to kick to. Austin Smith says, thank you very much, I'll take it. That's a terrible kick, and Smith will be able to bring it out of half-back. One of the better players of the first quarter, I thought, Austin Smith. Goes backwards, that was not great. Gets it back though. Couple of cheap touches. He gets it out wide. Trying to hit a target to, of course, the zip man with the 0 on his back. Now that's Noonan. Noonan gets it up the line. And I think that's out of bounds over there, is it? Or is it a mark?
No, it's a mark.
It's a mark. So play on they do through the hands of Roth, who gets it down the line. Up they fly, bouncing around over there. Had it over there in the hands of White. They've still got it, Beaconsfield, as they come forward again. To about half forward. Ocker was there, couldn't get hands on it. It bounces forward though, trying to pick it up, one of the Beaconsfield players. Good work there by Crossley, gets a handball off to a teammate in Egan, but untidy at the moment as it's slammed across the far up out to this far side, or this near side should I say. And the umpire says free kick.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I agree with that.
So the free kick there against Keeling. They'll be going for McKinder. So McKinder to send the Eagles back into attack again. That kick, there's a defender standing underneath it. Couldn't quite get it. Falls out to Stoko. Stoko shot on goal. Holds its line. Just marked. Well done there by Kennedy. Saves the day because the kick was pretty good. Had the accuracy and a chance now for Doe. Plays on. He's caught almost. Just gets away. Takes a bounce. Kicks forward. Very lucky. The turnover though. And Beaconsfield back inside their forward 50. Looking for Coe. Went over the top of his head. Falls into another teammate's player there in Mowat. His kick is cut off. Couldn't quite take it there, could Egan. Falls into the hands of a Beaconsfield player. And we'll get a stoppage inside 50, you would think. We will.
Just on that player running out of defence there. Gee, he ran a long way.
He got lucky.
And when he was tackled, I thought he's got to bounce it straight away, but he didn't. I reckon they were very unlucky.
They were stiff. I thought that was a free kick every day of the week.
I agree.
So up it goes. It's a bit of a nil-all draw that in the ruck. I think it might have gone the way of Ocker, who's gone in there at the moment.
Just some of their delivery inside 50 to Ocker. I mean, they're going over the top of his head almost every single time. Just clean the kick up a little bit and they could be on. Just
little things to fix, which I'm sure Mick will be working on as the ball comes out in the hands there of a Mooroolbark player who twists and does well on the ruck, but he's turned it over. Now they'll come back inside 50 again. It's going to be a mark, is it? No, in the hands there of Kennedy, but he drops it. Ocker's in there trying to get hands on it. Beaconsfield has an opportunity. Bowed, he should kick this. And he has a much-needed goal for Beaconsfield. And it's gone through from Jake Bowd. And so that'll reduce the margin back to 7 points. It's 3-5-23 to 2-4-16.
Yeah, that was coming, wasn't it? There was a lot of space left open in that forward 50, and they finally capitalised on it, Beaconsfield.
And Mick Fogarty be happy the way his forwards just worked their backsides off to keep that ball in there. But Bowd, look, he had 2 shots at goal. The first one was stopped on the line, so inevitably he was going to get a goal.
So ball back in the middle. 3-5 to 2-4. Mooroolbark still lead. Coming up to 6 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So back in the middle, Moncourse gets the tap out, but it's straight to a Beaconsfield midfielder. Lays the tackle though to stop him there. That was Stoko. So we'll get a secondary ball up here. Again, Coe got his tap out this time against Moncourse. Almost falls into his hands though. Back out to Noonan. Gets past one, gets his handball away. Very classy player. Tried to kick it out of air, did George. Couldn't quite do it. Smith goes inside 50 now for the Mustangs. It's a 2-on-2 and punched away there by White. Did very well. Running onto this now is Keeling. Couldn't quite pick it up. Got McKinder to contend with. Picking up now Gilby. His kick was smothered as he tried to get it away. Keeling picks it up and puts it on the boot forward. No mark taken. Beaconsfield's defence holds up all right, and they might be able to send this back out of their back half into towards the middle of the ground. Dangerous ball. Who's going to win it? And a tackle here laid by Arena will hold it up in the middle of the ground. 7-point lead to Mooroolbark in this second quarter.
Do we think Smith needs a tag?
Yeah, he gets a lot of the football. I think maybe, not at the moment, maybe later on if he keeps getting the ball as often as he does.
Let's go down to the boundary.
Michael Misso is keeping a bit of a close eye on Aussie Smith at the moment, particularly at stoppages and clearances, so maybe that he is tagging him.
He has been very influential so far, Aussie Smith, as the ball has dropped out of the ruck contest. Now it's Ocker. Ocker gets a handball over the top. Definitely a bit of an untidy one, but nicely done there by Raymond. Cleaned it up pretty well, and he goes inside 50, but there's plenty of defenders back. A couple of Beaconsfield players, though, as they shift it back, and this is going to be a shot at goal for Johnston. He took a while to get away from it. It's a terrible kick. He didn't even get the distance in the end. Mark there, and it will be brought out by Roth. Out into the back pocket. Mark taken there, ball dropped by Keeling, but he's got time to go back. And there's that man, Aussie Smith, who we've been talking about. He's had plenty of the footy so far as he sends it down the line. Up they fly. Knocked away there, but a chance for Mooroolbark. There's Ocker. He's also had plenty of it. Gets a handball to a teammate. Now they switch it across the ground, and it's going to fall into the arms of Rowland. Rowland goes forward inside 50. Who's under it? Oh, beautiful mark taken. Great defensive work there, taken by Kennedy, and Mooroolbark will rebound.
Done a couple of really good things this afternoon, Kennedy. Passed it off to Roth, who goes down the line and Thatcher's there, but it might just roll out of bounds, and it does.
Just that kick by Rollins there. If he'd have lowered his eyes, he had 2 or 3 options that were shorter to the goals, but he went for the long kick and kicked it to the opposition.
It's happened a few times this afternoon already, but they seem to be in control of the play a little bit more this quarter. Yeah. Ball brought back into play, punched forward in the direction of the Mooroolbark forward 50. Couldn't pick it up there, Keeling. So it rolls out of bounds again. We'll get another boundary throw in. As we mentioned, Kane Noonan wearing the number 0 for the TAC round. If you are drinking around the grounds today, make sure you're not driving. Leave the keys at home. As the ball brought back into play, Monkhurst versus Coe. Coe got his foot to it, but to the advantage of Mooroolbark. And now they go down the line, looking for a teammate out the back. Beaconsfield have got some numbers, kicking towards the middle of the ground there. They take a mark and looking for Bode, who takes it out in front. Strong hands, but he's played on. He's called to play on. Got to get rid of it. Now it's on to a 1-on-2 contest here for Johnson. Did well, and he takes the mark.
Magnificent.
A lot of class, plays on, and looks the short kick is cut off. Mark dropped, though, there by George, so it might still work out here. Johnston got the handball away. Under a lot of pressure there by the tackle by Aussie Smith. Out the back now, Kennedy. And the kick bounces towards the boundary line and will go out of bounds, so missed opportunity for the Eagles again.
Why Johnson would not go back and have a shot for goal? Even if he doesn't make the distance, it puts it in the worst possible place for the defence. He's right on the goal line.
100% Ray. It was a beautiful mark, but he rather unblotted his copybook.
And it's only 45. It's not 50, that mark.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Ray said his ball route. He knows that for sure. So the ball's on the ground. And wrapped up in a good and tight turn there. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. Big Monkhurst in there.
They've wrestled back a bit of control at the clearance here in this quarter, Beaconsfield.
So it's going to be another free kick. There was a bit of pushing in the ruck contest there. They're going to go
and
the 25.
way.
And 25. A bit of back chat. So Monkhurst happy to just take the extra distance, and he will play on. Sends it under the middle of the ground, trying to find a target. Oh, that's a beautiful mark taken there. Fantastic work by Roth it was. And they go forward. Here's a chance off the boot of someone. Bouncing around over there. Good work by Amiot. Taking in the tackle. And what's the umpire going to pay here? Free kick. So it must have paid holding the ball. And it's going the way of Beaconsfield, and they'll be able to bring it out through Nez Godcup.
So they managed to take a mark here in the back pocket at the moment. They trail by 7 points. Had most of the play this quarter. Short kick. Finds a teammate there. Nez Godka switches the play. They don't seem to have too much going forward at the moment, so they'll just keep chipping it around until they do find something. Here's Mounter out at full back, plays on and switches now back to the other side and punched over the line there by Mooroolbark. As we go boundary side to Josh Ward.
Just one number change as well. James McManus wearing the number 8 for Mooroolbark. Was originally listed as 9, but he's number 8 now.
And that was him running into goal there, Brett, who you didn't know it was.
I'll tell you what,
number 8.
It's absolutely inevitable every week. That we ask the coaches what I know, we've definitely, that's no more changes, and then you get out there, and sure enough. So bouncing around now, it's Beaconsfield who come away with a footy. They get it in the middle of the ground. Oh, good mark. Beautifully taken there. So they've got a chance to go inside 50 again. The long kick, and Ocker's there, but it's nowhere near him. There's a bit of a push there, I think. It was Johnson. He got a fairly decent shove out of the way. He might have put a bit of...
Look, it was there, but he really milked it make sure the umpire saw it.
I was going to say, he did put a bit of mustard on it, so he'll go back.
Even Leroy Green agreed with that, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely right.
That's all the experience coming in there.
Look, Mick Fogarty, we have to be really pleased with the way they've played this quarter. They're actually controlling the game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, they look a lot better in this term than they did in the first term. So this will bring it back to a 1 point game if he can kick it, Johnson. Not the easiest of kicks, but a player of his class, he should give it a reasonable go. There's the kick on its way, I reckon. It is there. The goal umpire doesn't move, goes straight over his head. So Johnson gets a much-needed goal. That's his second of the day. And the margin is back to 1 point, and they have come back strongly. Beaconsfield in this quarter. It's 3-5-23 to 3-4-22, and we've already had 13 minutes second term.
And it just backs up what I said. If he'd have gone back and had a shot with the other one, he was only an extra 15 metres out, and it went through goal post high. He would have kicked the other one as well.
He's a good kick of the football, obviously. So, I mean, you don't play VFL for nothing.
And that's another goal from turnover. for them.
Look, I really like the work of Jake Bowd, and
he's played well.
I love the way he attacks the football. It's 110 miles per hour right at the football every time.
So back in the middle, Thatcher got the hit out. Doesn't go too far though, and McPherson for the Eagles got first possession of it, got it to Johnston, the co-captain. Here's a chance now. Bowd got his handball back to McKinder. His kick was smothered, and that's out of bounds. So it's out of bounds on the full, actually. So Mooroolbark will take this. They lead by a point. All 3 goals that came from the first quarter for them. Down the line, Monkhurst just bounced off the top of his head. Went the don't argue. The kick, though, bounces. What will the umpire say? Throw it in.
Throw it in. We're not playing AFL. That would have been deliberate.
They would have been. If you were watching last night.
Brash would disagree.
Wayne Brasher at home watching in, I'm sure.
Yes.
So we'll get a boundary throw in here. 14 minutes gone in this second quarter. Mooroolbark 3-5, Beaconsfield 3-4.
So the game's tightened right up with a very good quarter by Beaconsfield so far, as we just wait for the umpire to send the ball back in play. Once again, taking an absolute age. Can't quite see, the ball must be missing, I think. Is it in the car park? Not sure. Eventually he does throw it in. That was Monkhurst. He got the tap down. Then whipped McManus there as they get it inside 50. Can they get hit a target? No, they can't at the moment. And that's a mark, so a defensive mark taken in Beaconsfield with a chance to bring the ball back in. We've had nearly 15 minutes gone in the second term. Switch right across to the back pocket. Mark nicely taken over there. Now a chance for Beaconsfield to come forward. That's a little bit overcooked, I think. In fact, no, it's worked out for them. The ball set up pretty nicely over there as they go down the line. Going back there, one of the Beaconsfield players, number 19 is Roth. In fact, no, it's Johnson, should I say. Now it's Ocker trying to pick it up. Ocker gets a little handball off, a bit of a hospital pass, and his teammate is well and truly wrapped up. Good tackle there by Noonan as we get into Blake on the boundary.
Yeah, I just thought I would get out some scores from Premier. So I've got Park Court just 2-1-13 to South Croydon 1-7-13. Noble Park 2-7-19, East Springwood 2-12. And I think Rover 1-3-9 to Donny East 1-6, and Doncaster 2-1-13 to Berwick 3-4-22.
Thanks, Blake. That kick from McManus out of bounds on the full, so Ocker will take this and doesn't look confident on taking the shot and goal. It's a tough angle, so he'll just put it towards a teammate there. A mark taken, strong hands.
Great kick.
Very good
Wasilko.
Very good vision by Ocker. He kicked it way over the top of all the players to one of his teammates at centre half forward.
And just found him a bit open. That was probably poor defence there by Mooroolbark. Left him open for a bit too long.
It had to be perfect because that would have been coming straight back the other way if it wasn't marked.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely. So a great kick, and now a chance here for Wasilko to put Beaconsfield in front for the first time this afternoon. Straight through the middle. 4-4-28 the Eagles. Mooroolbark 3-5-23. 16.5 minutes gone in this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They're back in control now.
Look, I go back a little bit of play where they switched it from the defence there, and it was a huge kick from one forward back pocket to the other, and from then on it was all Beaconsfield running in tandem, 2 or 3 players to get the ball up there.
Boundary. As we go back down to the boundary.
And that's one thing Mick Voidy wanted as well, just to get some decent purchase on the ball whenever they were moving forward and to provide that forward pressure as well.
And so what a superb turnaround by Beaconsfield. They were outgunned in the first term, but they've really come back here and they've dominated this quarter. Well worth their lead, and that's a free kick. Great tackle coming in there. It'll go the way of the... Actually, which way is it going to go?
Beaconsfield free kick.
Beaconsfield free kick, I thought so. So Beaconsfield, they've certainly put on a lot of pressure as they take this free kick, and they send it out towards the wing. Mark is taken over there, but they've turned it over, so now Mooroolbark to come forward, kick it in the middle of the ground. Really good mark there taken by McManus. He's in jersey 8, as we mentioned before. Bouncing around over there into the hands of McManus again. Didn't really expect it. Austin Smith gets it and thumps it across the ground, but he's turned it over. Beaconsfield to bring it. It's an awful kick. Might still work out though because there's players out here, but Mooroolbark, a couple of Mooroolbark players taken nicely there by Roth as he looks to go inside 50. Up they fly through the hands of Giorgio. Going back, good work there by Mounter, and he will send it out wide, and the mark is taken there by Nizgodka, and a chance for Beaconsfield to bring it out.
He goes back to Mounto, who's had plenty of the football in this first half. Been pretty solid down back for the Eagles. He's used it pretty well. Short kick forward. Mark taken still in their defensive half. They lead by 5 points. Has kicked all 3 goals in this quarter. That kicks a turnover though now. And now a chance for Giorgio to send the Mustangs towards goal. And play there standing back on the last line of defence. And a mark taken by Samuel Merrick. Saves the day for the Eagles. Shaw kick into a dangerous spot, but had the player in a bit of space. Shaw kick forward again to Smith. Played on, passed it off. The running player down looking for White. Giorgio, strong hands there.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Gilby, in fact.
Yeah, very good mark. Very good mark.
Positioned himself well. Kicks it down looking for Monkhurst, who uses his body in the contest. Johnson picks it up here for the Eagles. Got rid of it. Monkhurst handballed it off to a teammate. Here's Noonan. Noonan, he's taken a chance.
Oh.
Just gets his handball. Was caught in a tackle. Was very lucky. And now a free kick here going to the direction of the Mustangs. That'll be Colliver, who's come to the side this afternoon. A late inclusion. Kicks it towards the hot spot. Can there be a mark taken out the back? A lot of numbers here for the Eagles. White lays a tackle and we'll get a ball up inside 50. 19 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter. 4-4-28 to 3-5-23 in favour of Beaconsfield.
And so umpire to throw it up again, and it's one out of the middle there by Monkhurst. He gets his kick smothered though. Beaconsfield under a bit of pressure, but there's a whistle. So which way is this one going to go? Beaconsfield free kick.
That was excellent play by the defence there of Beaconsfield. They all stood that close to Monkhurst that when he was going to grab it out of the air, he had no leg room to kick it.
That's out on the full, I think. That's a poor kick, so that undoes the good work, and it's over there. It's going to be in the hands of Noonan, who's going to send it back inside 50. So Mooroolbark can get an opportunity to maybe get themselves back in front going into half-time. Chisel's a nice little kick back inside, taken there by Thatcher. He's had a good game in the ruck. So Thatcher wheeling around, puts it onto the right boot, kicks to the hot spot. Who's going to get under this one? Oh, great mark taken back there. Fantastic work there by Coe. It was the big ruckman on defence. Gets it out wide, and Beaconsfield will bring it out. Although that's not the best of kicks. Ocker's over there, but they can't keep it in, and it's out of bounds.
They're still struggling, Beaconsfield, to exit defence when Mooroolbark have time to set up behind the ball.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, good point. A couple of long kicks, though, inside forward 50. Beaconsfield just have the numbers down there. So in the last play, punched forward there from the Eagles, falls into the hands of Rowland. Rowland goes down the line, looking for Ocker. Couldn't quite take the mark. I certainly looked for him a few times. Probably hasn't had the best delivery. There's a stoppage here on the far side. 21 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Eastland match of the round. Beaconsfield 4-4.
You quite often see every player in one half of the ground, but not in one half the other side of the ground like it is right now.
That's true, as Ocker gets the ball and throws it on the boot, and that is out of bounds on the full. So Beaconsfield will give away a free kick here to Mooroolbark. 4-4-28. They lead Mooroolbark 3-5-23. 21 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter.
Yes, thank goodness for the monitor, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see anything as the ball comes inside. Little handball back, so here's a chance for Mooroolbark to go inside 50 late in the quarter. Almost taken there by Dobie. He lost it. They're under a lot of pressure. Handball back there from White. They're under enormous pressure, in fact, as the tackle is put on with Silko. Ball on the ground there as they dive in trying to get it. It was Thatcher, I think, on the ground. Happy just to wrap it up, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. In fact, it was Roget. Up it goes. One out of the middle, one out of the head out. Austin Smith gets a kick which is virtually straight up in the air. Punched there down by Arena, one of the late-ins for Mooroolbark. They've got an opportunity now to get the ball back inside 50, but not for the moment because a good strong tackle comes in. And we'll have a ball up. So we've had 22 minutes gone. And it's a 5-point ball game in favour of the home side by 28-23.
And they've just been given a free kick here too. High tackle, so Wasilko plays on and sends him inside 50, looking for Johnson. Mark, not quite taken. Ocker's there. Beaconsfield, they miss out on an opportunity as Mooroolbark mop this up. Now a chance for Roth, plays on the wing. Kick inside 50, looking for Giorgio. Punched from behind. Ball hits the deck. Monkhurst comes in and flattens someone there as we get a...
I wouldn't have liked to be on the bottom of that one. Monkhurst
I was just thinking the same thing.
Well, you and Monkhurst would be roughly about the same height.
Yeah, no.
The tap out there. Smith caught high, and Smith just inside the arc will probably be in range to have a shot at this one.
Only if Ray had a chair.
See, will play on though. Puts it on direction of Giorgio, over the top of his head. Bit of a dangerous spot. White did very well, got his handball out. And the Eagles survive. McKinder here takes the mark, and they'll slow things down before an opportunity presents.
So just taking a bit of time to get out of defence here, Beaconsfield. They've got to be careful, though. That's a good safe kick, though, taken by Merrick. They won't want to do anything silly late in the term. You don't want to be on the end of Mick Fogarty half-time spray as they send it out towards this far side. It's a 2-on-1 contest. Great work by Bowd. He's had a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Bowd, he really has been one of the standouts of this Beaconsfield side, and he won that against two Mooroolbark players. Terrific effort.
Yeah.
He's just a bit undecided what to do with it, though, as he puts it onto the boot and goes inboard. Good kick. Now they've got a chance to open it up here. Going through the middle, that was Misso. Gets it out wide. Just taking a bit of time now. It's Rayment. Rayment goes in. That's a good mark. That's terrific play. And the mark is taken by Mac Johnson. He's already kicked 2 goals today.
Brett, you said about Bowd there when he had that kick. I was looking downfield. All was there was a wall of Mooroolbark players. That's why he couldn't kick it down the line.
Yeah, no, very good he's been. So Johnson will try and put his 3rd on the board.
It's pretty dark, Brett. Lucky a couple of those cars over there have got their parkers on still. So if you're listening to the radio over there, turn your parkers off.
Might
You'll have a flat battery.
Might be a world record for the earliest the lights have come on here, because they normally get them in the 3rd quarter or late in the 3rd quarter. Needs the kick on its way. How does it look? No, it's off target. So missed opportunity, goes through for a minor score as the siren goes to bring to an end this for second term. And what an interesting term it's been. Beaconsfield have bounced back big time, and 4-5-29 to 3-5-23 Beaconsfield lead on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Here's Ryan with the goal kickers.
Goal kickers, Matt Johnson back in the side this week has kicked 2. Wasilko has 1. Bowd has 1. As from Mooroolbark, all single goal kickers, Gilby, Giorgio and Dobie. Half time is Beaconsfield 4-5-29, leading Mooroolbark 3-5-23. We'll be back for the half-time show in just a break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Holm Park Reserve down here in Beaconsfield as the Beaconsfield Football Club hosting the Mooroolbark Football Club. My name's Blake Tennant and I'll be hosting the halftime show. I'm joined, of course, by my fellow boundary reporter, Josh Ward. Josh, welcome aboard the halftime.
Thank you, Blake. It's been interesting down there, to say the least.
We're pretty cosy down there as well, and doing a terrific job in his debut in special comments today. Dylan Smith, welcome to the halftime show, mate.
Thanks, mate. Glad to be here.
No problem. Also, if you deal first, how have you seen the game from a Beaconsfield point of view? They started off slow, but now you feel like they're controlling this game, and it's wide open for them.
Yeah, certainly a tale of two quarters so far, hasn't it been? Like so. Mooroolbark got off to that great start, obviously. I think they were really dominant around the ball. Weren't able to allow Beaconsfield to exit defensive 50 and get that ball movement going that we know they can do so well. And then, I guess in the second quarter, that just sort of dried up a little bit from Mooroolbark. Beaconsfield were able to get back into the clearance battle through the rucks. I think the rucks competed really well for Beaconsfield in that second quarter. And that led them to break even at the clearance, and then they could get that ball movement going as the conditions dried up, and now they're really on top.
Yeah, I think the conditions in that first quarter really suited Mooroolbark. I don't think the Beaconsfield do get a lot of contested possessions and do apply plenty of pressure, but they're more of a side that likes to have control of the ball, that likes dry conditions, and that first quarter wouldn't have played any favours. Whereas I feel like Mooroolbark, with the midfield that they have, with not too many experienced players, they'd rather, push it further forward, play that aggressive style of play and look to provide pressure. Obviously, the amount of tackles they have per game in contested possessions, it doesn't show that, but I feel like just given that midfield, they probably prefer that style. And yeah, then that second quarter, it started to dry up a little bit, and it really played into Beaconsfield's favour. There are dark clouds looming over, so it'll be interesting to see. Interesting for us. But
those dark clouds have been here all day, Josh.
True.
So, but anyway, from Mooroolbark, we'll touch on, we'll deal with Beaconsfield. Mooroolbark, can you see, I know they're 6 points down and they had a very good start to the game. What do they need to do to get back in? I know that they are in the game as we can speak, but what can they do to get back into their hands? Because it was all Beaconsfield that quarter. Yeah. No questions asked about that. Where do you think they can do to get back to where they were in that first quarter to hopefully get a lead heading into three-quarter time?
It's simple. They need Riley Moncourse to get on top in the ruck. That first quarter, he was supreme in that ruck duel against Harris and Co. Who's, he's more of I feel like a key forward or a key defender than he is a ruck. He's done a good job in that, particularly in that second quarter, but he sort of lost. He was sort of a bit lost against Moncourse in that first quarter, and if they are to get on top again, Mooroolbark, it needs to come through him.
Yeah, I was going to ask you actually at the quarter-time huddle if Co and Vasilko actually got a bit of a talking to about how they could better go up against Moncourse, because they really turned it around.
There wasn't really. In Mick Fogarty's address, there wasn't really any mention of Vasilko and Co up against Moncourse. He just he just pointed out the midfielders of Mooroolbark and how they'd gotten on top and provided the pressure. It's and he didn't really say anything about that duel, but if he does get on top, I'm sure at three-quarter time we'll probably have some words about it.
Alrighty, so that's the game. I think I'd better go through some scores. I've got quarter-time scores down at Baldwin Visy Park. I have Baldwin 3-2-20 to Vermont 2-1-13. That was at quarter-time, so I haven't really got scores there as we speak. Park Orchards 4-1-25 to South Croydon 2-8-20. I've got East Ringwood 4 straight 24 to Naval Park 3-7-25. Doncaster 2-1-13 to Berwick 3-4-22. I still don't have scores down at Seabeck Reserve. Ravenwood 1-3-9. Doncaster East 1 straight 6. Josh has got something.
I got a score from Norwood and Blackburn. Norwood 3-3-21. Trail Blackburn 4-2-26. That was at quarter time though.
Yeah. I've got South Belgrave 3-1-19. This is First Division over Bayswater. Down at the Montrose Recreation Reserve, we've got Montrose 8-10-58 to Wantirna South 1-4-10. So I think that was over by quarter time. Mitcham 6-5-41 to Lilydale 1 behind. And we go into second division now. East Burwood 3-2-20 to Heathmont 3-1-19. Ringwood 5.35 to the Basin 4.3.27. Boronia 4.3.27 to Knox 2.3.15. Waverley Blues 12.7.79 to Upper Gully 6.1.37, and Templestowe 4.1.25 to Mulgrave 4.24. That's second division. We go into third division now. Domvale 5.4.34 to Fair Park 1.39. Sylvan 9.3.57 to Oakley District 4.4.28. Whitehorse Pioneers 1.28 to Warrandyte 4.3.27. Ferntree Gully 5.4.34 to Coldstream 4.1.25. Heading into fourth division now. Turnside Park 4.4.28 to Forest Hill 3.3.21. Scoresby 7.5.47 to Croydon North 3.4.22. And Surrey Park, well, anyway, 6.3.
Oh, come on, say the score.
6.3.39 to Nunna Morning, 2 behinds. I think that might do us. Josh, you want to?
I just got a question for both of you fellas. What do you, for both Beaconsfield and Mooroolbark, what do you want to see for them in this second half? Obviously, we talk about Mooroolbark. I said wanting to get on top in that ruck duel, but is there any other areas for both sides still?
I think one thing that Mooroolbark will be really happy with that they continued through both quarters was how well they still trapped Beaconsfield in. So one of the areas I thought that Beaconsfield really dominated is when they caught them on the break, Beaconsfield were able to transition the ball really well. If they can stop that really fast transition, they can locate and play a really good defensive brand. I think they can stop them, and their clearance dominance is going to sit them on top.
Yep, all right. For me as well, I think Mooroolbark, they just need to do what they did in the first quarter, really. It was just into their hands. They were getting a lot more clearances. They were getting a lot inside 50s as well. Well, that's the halftime show to Josh and Dill. Thanks for coming on for the quick time that we have. But anyway, we're going to have a quick break, and when we come back, we'll hear from the call team and the rest of the second half. Stay tuned.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Holm Park Reserve, Beaconsfield versus Mooroolbark for the Eastland Match of the round at half-time. Beaconsfield lead 4-5-29 to Mooroolbark 3-5-23. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Brett Beston, Ray Baird and Dylan Smith. And Ray, that second quarter, it was all the Eagles, and they put it back on the scoreboard a little bit.
Yeah,
they themselves in a good position.
Yeah, they certainly did, and Mick Fogg to be very happy with it. They kicked 3 goals, 2 to Mooroolbark, didn't score for the quarter, but I think that Dylan, the signs are there. I just think the way that Beaconsfield controlled that quarter, if they can get their run on the way they did then, I love the way they switch the ball and they run in numbers and take the ball to the other end. If they can do that, I think they're going to win this game quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely. They play a really exciting brand for sure, and I think both teams have actually shown us their best footy, really, with Mooroolbark in the first quarter and Beaconsfield in that second quarter. Predicting what's going to happen in the second half, you'd have to sort of back Beaconsfield in based on that second quarter. It was great to watch.
There is a lot of reliance on that midfield group for the Mustangs at the moment. You see them out there at the moment. Monkhurst in the ruck, Ozzie Smith and Kane Noonan, some big names there. As we go boundary side to Josh Ward.
Conditions might favour Mooroolbark this third quarter at least. The rain has started to come back down out here, so potentially favours them. Not too sure about Beaconsfield. We talked about it on halftime. I feel like they prefer that kick style, and it might not play into their favours this quarter.
And a couple of times in that first quarter, it was just long kicks from an Ozzie Smith or a Noonan, goes over the back. They had Giorgio one out a couple of times, so it has worked for him early on in this game, and they had a couple of chances second quarter.
It's the chaos ball. You just get it in there, and in these sorts of conditions, if you've got someone good at ground level, they can, turn a goal out of nothing.
Yeah, and then probably in the second quarter they allowed Beaconsfield to get their numbers back behind the ball, and that's a lot of a lot of the times they were able to take possession and then turn it back the other way. So we'll see how it all plays out in this third quarter as we get started here out at Holm Park Reserve. A 1-goal lead to the Beaconsfield Football Club. Finals on the line. Beaconsfield looking to consolidate their spot in the 5. Mooroolbark might be in the 5 if they win today. So plenty to play for this afternoon.
Yeah.
Brett Beston to take us away.
So third quarter about to get underway. The lights are on out here at Mooroolbark. It's not the greatest of days, but nonetheless, Austin Smith gets a handball off, kick forward. A little bit untidy, but all good work. Here's a chance now as they burst away from the clearance. The kick is going to be off target, though. It just drifts away. Giorgio was there, and he won't be happy with the service, but the ball's gone out of bounds, so they'll have a throw in the forward pocket. So anyone's game this one. It's Beaconsfield by 6 points at the halftime break as they get it out from defence. Taken there by Stoko, that's Tyler. Just looking around for someone to kick to. Eventually decides to go down the line. The safe option gets over the back there. It was Roth who got hands to it, but he couldn't hang on. And eventually I think it's going to go over the boundary line, which it does. Someone have a throw it on the far side of the ground after the first minute of the second term.
That's that same kick that troubled Beaconsfield in the first quarter, just that second kick after the kick in.
It certainly will be a focus in this quarter as they look to clear it out. Back in the ruck here. Well done there by Coe. Got front position. Ozzie Smith, though, picks it up from the clearance, kick it forward. Turnover here with Eagles. That player just dropped it, kicked off the ground here for Mustangs. Gained a bit of ground. Got some players out. Passed it backwards. Went back to Dobie. Dobie shot on goal. Touched on the line, was it? Or did it make it?
I think it's over.
Umpire's decision.
I think it's over.
Yeah, it was over.
It's a goal. First of the third quarter goes the way of the Mustangs. 4-5-29 now lead Beaconsfield. 4-4-28. Boundary side, Josh Ward.
I have to say, Braden Dobie nearly went the early crow with that celebration. He was celebrating a little early there, Dobie, but luckily it went through for him.
Well, you can fool the umpire sometimes when you celebrate. We saw that in the elimination final last year. When
Great.
you did and don't do it.
Great intent so far from Mooroolbark in that first quarter. Won the clearance, got it forward and trapped it in.
Yep. So perfect start to the third term. This is going to be a tight one. You get the feeling it's going to go right down to the wire. Monkhurst didn't get the head out that time. It went the way of Coe. Now they get it forward, bouncing around on the grounds. Here's a chance for Mooroolbark to go inside 50. Oh, good tackle.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of poor match awareness there. Came in from White. He's been pretty good too. And he has the free kick for Beaconsfield and a chance for them to work it out. So they go out wide towards the left.
And, it's been dropped over there, but Mooroolbark will still come back on the grounds as they attempt to pick it up over there. It's pretty untidy. And the little handball inside finds a target in George. And here they'll come inside 50 again. This will be about their third inside 50 in a couple of minutes. It's a long kick. It's just off target. And it goes through for a minor score, but nonetheless, it breaks the deadlock. And Mooroolbark lead by a point, 4-6-30 to 4-5-29, coming up to only 3 gone in this third term.
And we have a copy of what happened at the start of the game in that first quarter. Dominant first 5 or 10 minutes from Mooroolbark.
Well, here's the chance now because Stokoe's dropped this. Pressure there by the Mustangs. Roget did pretty well. Halted up here. Giorgio's out the back if they could get the handball out. Couldn't quite. Johnston comes in for the Eagles. Finds a bit of space. Handballs it backwards. Chance there for Mauno, who's tackled as he got rid of it. Mustangs have got plenty of numbers. Here's one. Aussie Smith kicks towards the top spot. Again, there's numbers. Back to the fly. Strong
play.
Punch out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in. 3.5 minutes gone in this third quarter. Mooroolbark lead by a point. So much to play for both sides. How open this Division 1 ladder is at the moment. Ball to be brought back into play here in the Mooroolbark forward 50.
So umpire to throw it in. Mooroolbark with very much the best of this early stages of this term as they did in the first term. Ball on the ground as they go in there trying to pick it up. I think that was George who got pushed. And the umpire says we'll have has he paid the free kick or the throw in? Just the throw in, I think.
That's right.
So it's all Mooroolbark. And they lead by a point on the scoreboard. Plenty to play for in this one, 5v8. So the loser, if it's going to be Mooroolbark, that might be the end of their season. But for Beaconsfield, they're very much still alive. And of course, ultimately, a Mooroolbark win will get them back in contention as well as the ball goes back over the boundary. Yeah. So untidy little period of play here as we just wait for something to happen. There's Austin Smith just lurking. He's been one of the stars for the Mooroolbark side. George has played pretty well as well. There is Smith socking out of the air, and that's out of bounds on the full. That is crazy stuff, and it'll be a free kick to Mooroolbark.
Do we count that one as a clearance or not?
Cleared the fence.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the only clearance for was.
What was he thinking?
Madness. So Austin Smith with the free kick.
He was quick to come and take this as well, Aussie Smith, who snaps it around the corner and does it very nicely. It's the post. Thought it looked pretty good. 4-7-31 Mooroolbark. Beaconsfield 4-5-29. 5 minutes gone in this third quarter as White will clear it out here for the Eagles. Short kick. Finds Mounter there in the back pocket. It's been pretty solid, I thought. The kick down the line. Mark taken here with Silko. Has one already. Stoko here. Takes possession of the ball. Tried to get it McKinder and just missed. Fumbled it. And out of bounds here. So a 2-point lead to Mooroolbark with 5 minutes gone in this third quarter. 4-7 to 4-5. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube.
A little bit of fumbling out there, boys, on the boundary. Is it a little bit slippery out there? Look, the rain sort of seems to have kind of stopped. It's only been drizzly anyway. Is it quite slippery down there?
It is a little bit slippery. The rain has stopped. It's Beaconsfield go inside 50 best though.
So the long kick forward, batted away though. It's going to be a Beaconsfield who's got numbers to the footy. McKinder, I think it is, who picks it up and he stabs one inside 50, but that's not going to... no, in fact, it almost finds an opponent, been socked forward, and it's going to go out of bounds in the pocket. Carry on, Josh.
There isn't too much rain around, but it probably would be a slippery ball just because, the first 3 or 4 minutes there was plenty of rain around, whereas now there isn't.
So thank you very much, Jane Bunn. The ball.
Unbelievable.
It's the throw-in. It's Ocker trying to pick it up. He was good in the first half. He was one of the more dangerous players for Beaconsfield. And speaking of dangerous, that's dangerous trying to carry it out of there. And they're a bit lucky to get away with that as the ball goes out of bounds. It was Harris who burst away. He's a bit lucky not to be caught. And we'll have a throw on the far side of the near side of the ground, in fact.
Well, Mooroolbark don't want to concede a goal here because for the first 6 or so minutes they've had it inside their 50. Now it's down the other end, and if Beaky could get a goal, that's going to be a real bonus.
Yeah, definitely. As the ball brought back into play, Monkos got first touch of it. Stoko here for the Eagles. Over the top there. Wasilko was caught in the tackle. And a high free kick. So they have a chance here to send the Eagles forward. Just their second inside 50 for the quarter. Kick in the direction of Johnston. Or Bow, that might have been. Mooroolbark some numbers to clean this up. George here kicks it towards the far side. Giorgio's got to beat 2. He's chasing behind there. Merrick, who's able to get away from Giorgio and send it inside 50. The kick isn't great, but works out pretty well for Harris. He got the handball off to Ocker. Gets past 1, gets past 2. Still going. Could take a set shot. Passes into space. Finds a teammate. Back to another team out in Johnson, who just launches it up in the air towards the goal square. Punched over the line by Kennedy. No, it stays in and out of bounds. So no score and still inside.
That is a good result for Beaconsfield. Yep.
So Beaconsfield putting some pressure on. It was Mooroolbark that had the best stage, of this early term, this early stages of this third quarter, but it's Beaconsfield coming back. They're on attack, ball bouncing around inside 50, trying to pick it up was Stoko of the Taylor variety, and the ball is probably over the boundary, I'd say. Eventually it is.
Like the patience of Ocker, who probably had plenty of chances just to blaze away and probably miss the shot, but he takes his time and thinks out the right decisions.
He's played well. He's been quite influential. He goes into the ruck on this occasion, and there's a free kick.
Yeah, giving a free kick away that time.
So give a guy a rap, and he lets me down. And it's going to be Monkhurst, I think, who's going to take the free kick and bring it out of the fence for Mooroolbark.
He'll switch it towards the far side. Dangerous kick, and Kennedy did okay, but Johnson was there waiting for an error. Now into the pocket, snap around the corner. Ocker, did he get a
goal? I think it's a goal.
It's a goal one way or the other.
Yeah.
And Johnson puts it through for his third of the afternoon. And the Beaconsfield Eagles go back to 5-5-35 to Mooroolbark for 6:30 or 4-7-31.
Mooroolbark struggle on that transition game there. Just couldn't get it out of the back half. They tried it a couple of times, and it was sort of inevitable there in the end.
And Matt Johnson's done his job. 1 goal in each of the 3 quarters so far.
Yep. I think Ocker was trying to claim that we might have to get Snicko out.
He did, put a foot out
got
for
a little touch on it. So back in the middle, up it goes. One there by a bit of a little draw really in the end, but Coe might have got it. Now Austin Smith gets it and bangs it out wide. No one in particular. There's a bit of a chase out there. Eventually it's the number 24 Merrick for Beaconsfield. Was going to get a hand pass, but decides to kick instead. Puts it forward to a teammate who can't take it. And Mooroolbark will come forward again. They dangerous kick in the middle of the ground. It's gotten out of the top. Going back there trying to get it was Smith. And still on the ground there. It wasn't Smith actually. It was Rogette. And Beaconsfield to bring it away. Funny little kick out towards this side of the ground. Goes past everyone.
Oh, good.
Beautifully picked up. Fantastic work there by Mowat. And Mowat will send it forward. This is good play taken there by Bowd. One of the stars of the first half gets a kick down the line. Mark is taken. This is good play. Harris. He needed to probably go quickly, but I don't think there was anyone to kick to, which was a bit of a shame. Harris stabs it inside. Mark is taken there by Tyler Stoko. So, can he find a target? He certainly can. It's just a bit too soft, but it's too far out to score. McKinder, poor match awareness. And McKinder's been run down, and it's a free kick going the way of Mooroolbark. And what looked like it was promising little movement there for the Beaconsfield side is broken down, Ryan.
Well, that was a beautiful tackle. He was running in towards goal then. So, a goal-saving tackle, and the kick down the line here for Keeling. Sort of just dropped it. They may get away with one. Ozzie Smith picks it up. His kick was smothered by Stoko. Lays a tackle, though, in response. As the ball goes out of bounds. Good pressure from both sides. Currently, Beaconsfield lead 5-5 to Mooroolbark 4-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 4-point lead, 11 minutes gone into this third quarter. Punch forward there by Beaconsfield. Doesn't go too far. Here's Thatcher. And now they chance to load up through McManus. Down the line. Ball bounced off the chest of Dobie. Couldn't quite take it. Here's Noonan, the captain, who grabs it.
Tackle.
And he's tackled out of bounds. And a bit of feeling in that one. And Noonan won't like that. He'll push him back, Stoko. 4-point lead towards the Eagles.
So umpire to throw it in. Just right about centre wing, or just forward to centre wing. Good wrestle in the ruck, but it gets right over the back. And here they come forward again in the hands of Dobie. He gets a handball off. Here's a chance as they go inside 50 through Emmett. He gets a kick to the hot spot. Going back there, almost a mark taken, and Beaconsfield should be able to get out of this. Kick out towards McKinder, and he does really well.
Yep.
Great mark by McKinder. He's done a lot of pressure there. If he dropped that, although his kick inside.
Gee, he had to hit his target then, or else it was gone.
Flirting with danger, but the mark is taken. And Beaconsfield to bring it out in the hands of Smith. And Smith sends it down the line. Up they fly. Ball goes over the back, and Mooroolbark get their hands on it. No, in fact, it's still with Beaconsfield through the hands of Bowd. Now Mooroolbark.
Great smother. Great smother.
Terrific smother. That was McManus who got the kick in, and you can hear it on the effects mic. That would have hurt, no doubt.
And a free kick here, Mooroolbark, Josh Ward.
Deflected off the boot of Jake Bowd.
Well, there's McManus who goes inside 50, standing under it there. White, who takes the mark. In front of Gilby. Short kick to the co-captain in Johnston. Johnston takes his time. Coming off 21 tackles, according to Premier Data last week. Has he had 21 today? He's kicked down the line. Out the back, strong mark almost taken from the Mooroolbark player in Crosley.
Someone's hurt.
Had a couple of hands to it as the ball to be brought back into play through the boundary throw-in. Right in front of us here, centre wing. Punched forward there by Thatcher. Didn't go too far. Noonan tried to get his hands on it. Thatcher there, happy to see it out of bounds. 13.5 minutes scored in this third quarter. Beaconsfield 5-5, Mooroolbark 4-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Still there to be won. 4 points in it as we go down to Blake on the boundary.
Yeah, just watch out for number 21 for Beaconsfield. Was Larko, I think that's the name.
Wasilko, yep.
Wasilko. He's just had a heavy knock, so he might be a little bit winded coming into the next sort of minute or so.
Yeah, I saw him go down. He seemed to get up okay, but he may be suffering a little bit of after effects. Maybe some rib damage, something like that, as the ball goes through the hands of Thatcher. Now into the middle of the ground. Who's going to get their hands on it first? It's Mooroolbark, and they're off to the races again as they go inside 50, but it's no mark taken. Plenty of pressure. Dropped over there by White, and they're still under pressure. Here's a little handball back inside, but no, in fact, he didn't get the handball away. And then
too high, free kick.
Taken across the boundary, but he draws the free kick and a play on, and that's a goal, and it's gone the way of, is it Giorgio?
Dobie?
Dobie it might be.
Boundary.
Let's go to the boundary.
Yeah, he's just come off the ground at this stage and is getting attention by trainers.
So we'll give that one to Dobie. So that's his...
Yeah, Dobie.
Yeah, that was Dobie that kicked that goal.
So that's the third of the game for Dobie. He's been pretty good.
Good.
Boundary.
And Mooroolbark get themselves in front, 5-7-37 to 5-5-35 as we go quickly back to the boundary.
He's also kicked a goal a quarter like Matt Johnson, Brandon Dobie, and he's someone that really needs to be a key player up in that forward line.
Well, he has been so far. Out of the ruck there, Coe got his handball forward. Going under there was McManus. He was caught. Well, he tried to get rid of it. We'll get another stoppage in the middle. 2-point lead to Mooroolbark. Had a couple of twists and turns this game so far.
The game's turning into a real arm wrestle here, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has a lot on the line today. The Division 1 final spot up for grabs. At least a couple of them are. As Beaconsfield makes some ground going forward. Noonan there and Smith's the one who grabs it. Got his kick to the ball and brought down to a tackle there by McManus was the Beaconsfield player. And another ball up just outside their forward 50. A Beaconsfield player on the bottom of the pack there. Thought he may have got himself a free kick there. McPherson. Tap forward. Chance here now. Misso picks it up cleanly. Puts the ball on the boot. Punch forward there by the Mooroolbark defender into space. Running onto this. Beaconsfield will get there first. There's Bowd. Got the handball over the top. Finds Harris. Harris goes back. McKinder throws it on the right boot. Bit of a shank of a kick forward as Kennedy punches it over the line. So just a minor score, 5-6-36 Beaconsfield. Mooroolbark 5-7-37, 16 minutes gone in the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I noticed this quarter that Mick Fogarty's put Devon Smith running with Austin Smith and has sort of nullified him a bit in this quarter.
Yeah, needed to do something because Austin Smith was having quite a big say in the game as the ball bounces around. Now they've got it Beaconsfield through the hands of McKinder as he thumps it back inside, gets right over the top, but a good mark taken there by Thompson. Just dropping back into the hole, good defence. Thompson's kick, can he hit a target? There's a lot of Beaconsfield players there, and they're going to get to the footy first, but probably won't be able to keep it in. And it's out of bounds. No, still in. I thought it had got out of there on the far side. It's very close to the boundary. And that's out on the full, off the boot of Mounter, I think it was. So free kick to Mooroolbark. Austin Smith just taking a bit of time, sizing up his options, eventually puts the boot to the ball and sends it down the line. Up they fly. And that's a mark. No, dropped over there. It was almost taken. Gilby it was. Now the ball towards the boundary again. And it's going to go out just in front of us here on the broadcast side of the ground. And after 17 minutes, it's 37 playing 36 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Everything to play for.
Ball to be brought back into play in the ruck here. Grabs it out the ruck. Handball forward. McPherson caught into a tackle. Umpire says ball it up. Follow up there by Thatcher.
That was a big tackle by Thatcher as well. It was huge.
He certainly played a pretty impressive game so far. So has Coe. He may have just got the tap out there. Noonan grabbed it and he just dropped it. Getting in and under there is Smith. He's brought down another tackle, and you can hear the Beaconsfield fans in front of us not like that decision.
They've come to life a bit, haven't they?
Oh, they certainly have.
Yes.
So the rain goes away and they come out. We've got the rooms behind us, so they may use. As Coe again in the ruck, just grabs it out to Johnston. Couldn't quite use it well as Noonan grabs it and goes forward inside 50. Mark almost taken by Wasilko's back out on the ground. There's Gilby who kicks it to a one-on-one contest. Giorgio's there. Oh, and lays a big tackle. Ball falls to the ground. Shot on goal. Rushed over the line for a minor score. Mooroolbark 5-8-38, Beaconsfield 5-6-36. 18 and a half minutes gone in this third quarter as we go boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a quick one. Beaconsfield have got a couple of players winded at the moment. Of course, we just touched on as well there, Ryan. But Nicholas McPherson, just after the Paul Thatcher tackle, came off second best. So it's not looking good. Few players winded at the moment for Beaky.
So speaking of Paul Thatcher, he takes a good mark and he will send Mooroolbark forward again over the back. They do. That might be a high tackle. I reckon it was. Home fans don't like it, but it was pretty obvious. And there's a bit of pushing and shoving.
Dobie again.
Dobie again will go back and he'll try and kick his fourth. He's becoming a bit of a problem for Mooroolbark.
Really smart play there by Dobie. He just sort of invited the contact and played it well.
Yep. No question about the high tackle though, despite the remonstrations from the home faithful. So here he comes, Dobie, just giving the Matthew Lloyd grass stripe there as he tries to work out which way the wind's blowing. Here he comes, looking for goal number 4. And a chance to extend Mooroolbark's lead. He hasn't made the best contact and it's off target. He'd be disappointed with that. That was certainly kickable. Through for a minor score, it's 5-9-39, playing 5-6-36 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we head back to the boundary.
Casey Wasilko back onto the ground for Beaconsfield.
Good news there for Beaconsfield. White to kick this one out. Finds a target. That's a good-looking kick. And finds Mounter. This second kick's probably been a bit of an issue, as Dylan has mentioned, a couple of times in the first and third quarter. Mounter passes it back off to White, who clears it. They need a mark out here, and it's a turnover. Again, this time, Colliver, who's come back into the side this week, kicks it towards their forward 50. Beaconsfield have got a whole lot of numbers here. Stoko's one of them. That kick went off the side of the boot, but might work out okay. Ocker's there. He's well pressured. So he gets it again. Caught in a tackle. A bit of space now. Well. Kicks it forward. That's a good-looking kick, and he did very well to clear that out. And a mark taken here right in front of us.
Again there, he had that composure, didn't he? Just didn't blast away.
Yeah, 100% Dylan. He's really composed, isn't he, Ocker? Thinks about everything he does. He doesn't just blaze away like you see so many. And the ball out of bounds on this near side, just in front of us.
Dylan, Beaconsfield are having that same problem as they had early on in the game, coming out of that defensive 50.
Yeah, I think they don't like it when Mooroolbark are set. If they get them on the transition when the ball's in play, it's fine. But
so
the other way.
Monkhurst gets it into the hot spot, a bit of a fly kick or attempted fly kick. The ball is on the ground again, and we'll have a ball up, but it's a dangerous position. And as Mooroolbark lurk and try and grab a late one in this third turn. Mind you, we've only had 21 minutes, so there could be a bit of time to go. Umpire to throw it up again. And up they go. Giorgio went into the ruck. Hasn't had a big day, Giorgio. Been rather quiet, although it can often happen when the weather's a bit like this. Not a day for tall forwards.
He did kick one early in that first quarter.
He did, but he hasn't had a massive...
Hasn't had a lot of the ball. No. You're right there, Brett.
So ball to be brought back into play, deep into attack here from Mooroolbark in the pocket. 22 minutes gone. Won't be a long quarter, you wouldn't think. The ball brought in play. Monkhurst got the tap forward and cleared out here by Stoko for the Eagles. Clears their back half. It might just come back though. Colliver picks it up for the Mustangs. Short kick and finds Arena. Had a good smother on the broadcast side not long ago, wearing the helmet. He'll send the Mustangs forward. A lot of Beaconsfield's players back there. One of them is Coe, standing in the middle of the pack to take a strong mark. Similar to what was happening in that second quarter when they get their numbers back. Pass it off to White. He kicks it down the line and might come back. It falls into the hands of Bode. If he can get his hands off, he's brought down to a tackle, and umpire says, give it to me. Well done there by Keeling to wrap him up.
So Austin Smith has his arms out there as if to say, what's going on, The umpire won't change his mind. You can remonstrate as much as you like. So umpire to throw it back in. Monkhurst didn't get to him in the end, but he finished up with a footy. Felt a bit short. Now the ball comes out. Dropped there by Wasilko towards the boundary line, and eventually it's across once again. So a little bit of a stalemate at the moment. And it's Mooroolbark still by 3 points, 39-36, and we've had 23 gone in this third term, and as Ryan said, probably not a long quarter. Hasn't been a lot of goals kicked.
I've got the heads up from Josh Ward that it is 4 minutes ago. 4
minutes to go. We've got inside word as the ball goes out of the clearance. Beaconsfield look to work it out, and they do pretty well in the end as they thump it forward into the middle of the ground. Mark not taken there as Oki gets a boot to the ball. So it's just the soccer at ahead. This is dangerous. Little snap around the body. How's this going to bounce? Oka's got it. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I think it was... what's he paid?
Hasn't claimed the mark.
Oh, come on, umpire.
Oh, have a look in the replay there. So
it was Nez Godku, I think, he got the ball and he put it forward, and Oka had
That's a mark.
Had already been involved.
That's a mark.
Mark every day of the week. That's absolutely terrible. We don't want to bag the umpire, but that looked, they were robbed as the ball comes out, and Mooroolbark to bring it away.
So Roth tries to clear it out. White's going to put some pressure on. He does well. Stoko here for the Eagles. Sends him back inside 50. Mark not taken by the Mooroolbark defender. Falls out here, and the Eagles will have a shot on goal. If it just reaches the line, it will. And that was Curry. And the Eagles are back in front, 6-6-42. The Mooroolbark 5-9-39. And they get one back after probably a free kick that they should have been having a shot on goal.
Just a question. If that wasn't a mark to Wacko and it was a free kick, what was the free kick for? Because if it had been a free kick, it should have been in. It was in Wacko's back as well as he marked the ball. I can't understand why it was not.
The football god spoke.
I know.
They got their goal.
I know, but if it's a free kick, but no one knows why.
Yeah. Confused as you are, Ray, as we go back to the boundary.
I was just about to say, he's still having a big impact, though, Jafar Oka. They need to keep a close eye on him, Mooroolbark.
Certainly is. He went out of it for a little while, but he's come back with a vengeance as the ball is on the ground. Trying to get his hands on it over there was Curry as it comes out, and they'll get it forward. So here's Mooroolbark coming forward again. It's end-to-end stuff. You just really got no idea which way this one's going to go. And it's batted out of bounds for a throw on the far side.
I tell you what, Brandon White has been absolutely magnificent in this quarter, and even in the last quarter, down back there.
Yeah, I'd like to see his disposal count.
And so umpire to throw it in again. And how long have we got? We've had 25 minutes gone in this third term, so maybe 1 or 2 minutes to go as the ball comes out. Trying to get his hands on it over there was Mount. He was scragged. Now it's on the ground. Look at all the Beaconsfield players around the footy, and they do win it out of the contest in the end. No surprises there as they thump it forward, but a good solid mark taken at the back, and Mooroolbark will be able to bring this out. Probably just happy to slow it down and see out the quarter, to be honest, as they chip it back inside and the mark is taken.
So they look to switch the play here. Short kick backwards, finds Thompson, and goes back and towards the middle of the ground. Had an open play there in McManus. Wearing the number 8 today. Short kick back.
Well, they've had 4 kicks in their back where they started from.
That's exactly right. They haven't made no ground back
ground
where they
whatsoever.
started. I have no idea what that is in the background. There's a sign of someone's head. If you're watching on the broadcast, not sure what that was. Ball down the line. Colliver couldn't quite take it. Monkhurst got a kick forward, and here they're out. They'll go inside 50 looking for a player there in Gilby. White did well to spoil that one towards the boundary line. Dobie lays a tackle, and so does Gilby. Just dropped it, falls in the hands of Dobie. Passed it off to a teammate, couldn't quite control it. Slipped through his hands, and we might get a stoppage here inside 50 for the Mustangs.
Gee, he just had to be clean there, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did. 27 minutes gone into this third quarter. It's a 3-point lead to the Eagles.
So, up the umpire throws it. Half time must be, three-quarter time must be almost upon us. into the contest. Not going to get out, I don't think, because there's players all over the ball, like bees around a honey pot, and the umpire says we'll try it up again. So 42-39, 27.5 gone. That's in favour of Beaconsfield. If you're watching on the broadcast today, thanks for joining us on Facebook and YouTube. There's, of course, Radio Eastern 98.1 as Mooroolbark get it out again. It's all a bit untidy. There's a couple of players diving on it. I think we'll just have another ball up. Will we? Yes, we will. In fact, probably putting us out of our mercy, a couple of minutes of fairly forgettable players. The siren goes, and three-quarter time, and it's still anyone's contest. Beaconsfield lead 6-6-42 to 5-9-39 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Here's Ryan with the goal kickers.
The goal kickers here for Beaconsfield. Johnson has 3 goals, kicked a goal each quarter. Curry has 1, Wasilko has 1, Bowd has 1 as well. As from Mooroolbark, Braden Dobie has 3 majors. Trent Giorgio and Gilby have 1 each. Might have a grandstand finish here. Beaconsfield 6-6-42 lead Mooroolbark 5-9-39 at three-quarter time for the Eastland Match of the Round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Holm Park Reserve. Beaconsfield versus Mooroolbark, a final spot on the line. The Eagles lead 6-6-42 to Mooroolbark 5-9-39 here at three-quarter time. We're going to be shortly joined by Mick Fogarty to hear from him after three-quarter time. But before we do that, we'll just go quickly around the grounds, have a look at some of the scores here. Park Orchards 4-7 lead South Croydon 2-10. Very interesting game. A lot on the line for both sides there. Berwick 9-5-59 lead Doncaster 2-2-14. Doncaster East a 8-3-51 lead Roval 5-5-35. Noble Park 43 to East Ringwood 32. Jumping into Division 1, some around the ground scores. Montrose 65-18. Don't believe that's been updated since half-time. Mitcham 92 to Lilydale 10. South Belgrade 51 to Bayswater 17. Jumping into Division 2, couple surprises. Mulgrave lead Templestowe by 12 points. They're I believe that's the half-time score. Waverley Blues a 47-point lead over Upper Ferntree Gully. Boronia 68 to Knox 24. Ringwood 35 to the Basin 27. So holding on there, Ringwood in a close one. Heathmont back in front against Eastbuild 45 to 31. Jumping into Division 3. A couple of games. Donvale lead Fair Park comfortably 49 to 17. Sylvan over Oakley 79 to 40 at three-quarter time. Warrandyte 45 to Whitehorse 32. The Pioneers really need a win there. Ferntree Gully 58 to Coldstream 41. And then in Division 4, Churnside lead Forest Hill by 15. Scoresby lead Croydon North Hemlock by 21. And Surrey Park lead Nuttawading 86 to 8. And I believe we'll have Josh Ward on the boundary line, who has Mick Fogarty with him. So Josh,
boundary, ready.
Take it away.
Got Mick Fogarty indeed, Ryan. It's been a tussle this game, Mick, hasn't it?
Look, I think we'll come out on top. We just need to make sure we stop. Austin Smith has just killed us all day, and now we've got to hope that we can get young Ethan on him and stop his dominance around contest.
But you must be really happy with how well the midfield has stepped up across the ground today.
Yeah, they have. They've been really good. We've just got to be a lot more cleaner, and we've fumbled a fair bit. I know the conditions, but they haven't fumbled. They've been clean, so we've just got to be cleaner.
Thanks, Big Cooler, for the rest of the game.
Yeah, certainly we'll have to keep an eye on Aussie Smith, Kane Noonan as well. A couple of players that, if they shut them down, I think they'll win this game.
Easier said than done, though.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to say that up here than...
It's a bit like saying, if I win Tats Ladder, I can retire.
So the last quarter here, Eagles with a 3-point lead. Brett Beston to take us away.
So this is going to be go down to the wire, as we've said, as the ball comes out of the middle for the first time, and a nicely won there. And away they go off the boot of, that was Noonan, I think he got that forward. And an early opportunity for Mooroolbark. Mark is taken by, I think it's Gilby over there. Yep. So this will be a perfect start to this quarter if they can get this one. This will get them back in front.
She's a clearance work, hit him on the chest. Don't get much better than that.
Yep, that was copybook stuff. So Gilby will go back. Try and kick his second of the day. Got one in the first term, so opportunity to get his second and put Mooroolbark back in front. Kick on its way. How's it looking? Goal umpire's moving, and it's off target. In fact, I think it's out of bounds in the full, is it?
Yes.
That's a terrible kick as we go back down to the boundary.
It's just got just had Brett Lavers on at three-quarter time speech. He was very up and about. He says to his troops that they've been in these situations before, but it's how much they want it. That's what his key messages was. Of course, we saw it with Bayswater, but he just wanted to see how much this group can go and how much they want it.
They've lost a lot of games by less than a kick, and a lot of close games as Coe takes a mark here for the Eagles on the far wing. So they trail by 3 points. It's been close all afternoon. Pass it off to White, who's had plenty of it. Kick in towards the middle of the ground. Bode almost took the mark. Ball hits the deck. Chance here for Colliver, goes and grabs the footy, but he's tackled right away there by Harris, and we'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground. Right where we started. Start of this fourth quarter. Minute 40 gone. Ball up. Monkhurst and Coe go head-to-head again. It's Aussie Smith who grabs it. Tried to get his kick away, and Dobie's wrapped up into tackle. So 2 minutes in, and we're right back where we started.
It looks like Ethan Harris has gone to Aussie Smith for this last quarter.
Yeah, Mick did say that, I think, when he was speaking in the three-quarter time break. So trying to lessen his influence as the ball is in the contest. And out it comes. Here's a chance for Beaconsfield to burst away. They go inside 50. Can they get the mark? Yes, they can. Is that Johnson, I think? Just wait till he turns around. Yes, it is. So Johnston will go back. And, or Johnson, should I say. There's a Johnston and a Johnson.
Boundary.
On this occasion, though, it is Johnson as we go back to the boundary.
Could have been a free kick given away there by Jake Bowd. He went the bump off the ball after that mark was taken by Johnson, but he still has a chance for his fourth, does the superstar.
So Johnson's been very influential. He's kicked a goal in each quarter, so this to keep that record going. And it would also give Beaconsfield a little bit of breathing space. He's on his way in. Nice smooth approach. There's the kick. I'll tell you what, he's got it. That is a magnificent kick. Is it there? Yes, it's there. What a brilliant kick by Johnson. There was a man on the line who tried to claim that he was touching it, but it was there. And you could just tell he was going to kick that, couldn't you? As Johnson gets his 4th of the afternoon. He's got one in each quarter and a bit of breathing space for Beaconsfield. They lead by 9 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 3 minutes of this last term.
That was deja vu there. I've seen that one before.
Exactly right.
And the kick from McKinder to come in and hit him on the chest again, that was beautiful delivery.
Yeah.
Back in the middle. He's kicked 4 this afternoon. Mooroolbark won't be happy with Frankston for dropping him this week as Monkhurst gets a tap out to Smith. We've seen that before this afternoon. Kick forward. Might work out okay. There's a lot of eagle numbers there. Handball off to Stoko, who gets the ball in the boot. That kick was smothered into a back of a Mooroolbark player. Works out okay from Mooroolbark. Here's Johnston. Runs onto it. Handball into space here. Mountain can run onto it. There's Mounter. Picks it up and kicks it forward. Looking again for Johnson. Couldn't quite take the mark, and he's happy to see that out of bounds. They lead by 9 points with 4 minutes into this 4th quarter gone. The Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
As a coach, you love the way some of these players run at the ball. Full ball. They don't worry about any danger to themselves whatsoever. It's just hard attack at the football.
It's been a hard game of footy at the moment.
It has, yes.
Monkhurst is tackled by his opposing ruckman and co. We'll get another ball up here. The far wing, just outside Beaconsfield's forward 50. Ball falls out. Here's a chance for Silko. Puts it up into the air. Ocker's out the back. And doesn't quite work out for him. 4.5 minutes gone. 7-6 to 5-9. Eagles lead.
Riley Monkhurst has been outstanding for 3 and a bit quarters, but he's just starting to tire. He's not jumping quite as high now, and that enables the Beaconsfield guys to get up there.
Could be significant in this last quarter.
Yep.
So 9-point lead at the moment in the way of Beaconsfield. If they get the next one,
free kick here. They could get one here, Brett.
It's going to be very interesting because the margin sort of hasn't been any more than about a kick all day. It sort of ebbed and flowed. But now it's going to be Tyler Stoko who's going to go back and line up. And if he kicks this, suddenly they'll need 3 goals, Mooroolbark, and a pretty tight contest. So massive kick. It could be a game-deciding one, even this early in the last quarter. So Tyler Stoko's played pretty well, I've thought, on his way. Should have any problems with the distance. It'll just be the accuracy, you would think. And in fact, speaking of the distance, he's come up a little short.
Yep.
Quite surprising. And it's seen through for a minor score, so 1 more to the total. Makes it a 10-point game, 7-7, 49, 5-9, 39. And we've had 5.5 in this last term.
So Mooroolbark to clear it out. Short kick finds Keeling. Keeling goes down the line. Might work out okay at the back almost. Good grab there by Burke. Juggled it. Remains possession of the ball. Keeling's calling for it. Running past with a handball. Down the line. Punched over there by the Beaconsfield defender. And we'll get a throw in here.
Probably just took too long to get his foot to that ball because he had players running down the field. Should have kicked it into the spaces for them to run on rather than waiting and kicking it to the contest.
So, ball to be brought back into play here. Again, Monkhurst versus Co. He got his tap out, falls into hands of Stoko. He's brought down in a tackle. That's holding the ball. Well done there by Ben Burke. And taking a bit of time to give him back the footy there. The Silkos. Burke, short kick, finds Dobie. Been just on 15. Braden Dobie's kicked 3 goals for the Mustangs. Might need another one if they're to get across the line here. Short kick to Thatcher in front of Johnston. A bit slower to move the ball inside 50, and it's probably going to allow Beaconsfield to get some numbers back. Just sends it long, and Co standing under this for the Eagles, and he's given a free kick here. No, it's actually a Mooroolbark free kick.
And boys, if you just look to your right, an RACV van going. I told you that guy with his Parkers on over there would have a flat battery.
Right, and you've missed an injury here as we... Yeah. Giorgio's going to take the set shot, but Josh Ward, a bit more information on the boundary.
It looks like it's Braden Dobie that's down for Mooroolbark, so and he's not getting up. It's right in front of Giorgio too, so I'll have to wait a little bit to take the set shot.
He doesn't look terribly well. Not quite sure of the extent of the injury. Here he's finally getting to his feet, so that's a good sign.
He's holding his ankle, is it?
Yeah,
he went straight
Dobie,
to the ankle.
yeah.
He's walking though, so that's better news. I thought it looked a lot worse at first when I saw it. And then I got distracted with the race pointing out cars and stuff in the...
Yes.
Well, that car has gone now. I told you. See? So join the RACV.
For those that have only just joined us, there was a car on the far side with the headlights on.
Good time to bring up that it is TAC round. Kane Noonan out there in the 0.
Good to see Ray's focusing on the game.
Yeah, well, the game had stopped, boys.
It's the game about to be resumed because Trent Giorgio here, it's a tough angle. It's about 35-40 out, difficult angle. Having a set shot on goal to bring the margin back.
Tell you what,
it's a good-looking kick. He's kicked it. Margin back to 4 points. Mooroolbark 6-9-45 to Beaconsfield 7-7-49. And just had to kick it, and he's done just that. 9 minutes gone in this last quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Beautiful kick of the footy.
Gee, neither side are going away today, are they? They're both in the contest. They both want to play finals, and it's really on.
Every time a bit of adversity gets thrown at one of them, they just keep coming back, don't they?
They do, Dylan. Yep.
They played last time in a 7-point game, which was pretty close right until the final siren. There was a goal pretty much on the siren, so there's not much separating these two sides.
So let's quickly go back to the boundary.
Yeah, just a quick one on the W issue. Just a rolled ankle. I'll get back to you on the report.
Thanks, Blake. And so good for the game, that last goal, because we have ebbed and flowed all day. And it was probably one of the bigger margins, if not a game-high margin. But now suddenly we're back within a kick. And that's it's anyone's game as the ball bounces around. Well done there by Coe. Gets it out of the ruck. But it's going to be wrapped up well and truly. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
You're spot on there about Monkhurst, Ray. Yeah. Really starting to tire, and Coe's getting on top.
So
here he is again.
Coe again out of the ruck. It could be significant. He's played well, good Monkhurst, but if he loses it a bit in this last quarter, it could be the key to the match. Taken nicely there by Nathan Arena. One of the late-ins finds a target. Mooroolbark to come forward again. Scrubby kick inside 50, and it's cut off over there, and they'll get it out for the moment. Taken over there in the back pocket by McKinder. Goes up the line, trying to find a target. And is it out of bounds on the far side? It is, as we go back to the boundary.
And Moncourse is actually off at the moment, so it's Paul Thatcher taking secondary ruck duties. It's a good opportunity for Coe to take advantage while Big Moncourse is off.
Thatcher's been pretty good, though, I've found.
Yeah, he sort of competed well, and there he is again, who gets a tap out forward. Harris there for the Eagles, picked it up. And chance now from Mooroolbark, though. It falls into the hands of George, who sends him inside 50 in the direction of Giorgio. Couldn't quite take the mark. And out there is Stoko. Passed it backwards to White. A free kick has been paid towards Beaconsfield coming back. So it will stay. It will go back to Stoko on their half-back line. Short kick in the middle of the ground. It's a bit of a dangerous one. Goes over the top of the head. Wasilko picks it up and he's caught high. Pass it off to Harris. It's advantage play on. And Harris is off. Takes a bounce. Shot towards Ocker. Ocker out the back. Punch forward there. Doing very well did the Mooroolbark player there in Thompson. But he's caught in a tackle straight after. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Eagles. It did very well because Ocker was out the back waiting for that one. He would have run into an open goal.
And 9 times out of 10 it would have gone over the back.
Yes.
You're right.
That might have been a hintsy bit lucky there. I thought that may have been almost a case for a free kick for holding the ball. He did take the player on, but the umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt. Now it's in the hands of Roth. Thumps it out towards the wing, but the mark is taken, and Beaconsfield are going to come back inside 50.
Coe's been massive.
He has indeed. Had a terrific game, and he's been up against the big man Monkhurst all day. As the ball goes inside 50, punched away there well by Crossley, but it's going to come back again, out towards the far side, goes past Misso over there. Now it's Ocker, funny little kick back inside, and the mark is taken there by Crossley. So on defence at the moment at Mooroolbark, so they just need to be sure by foot. They get it out of defence, and mark dropped over there. Good tackle though, and the stoppage will be forced, coming in there by Merrick. And the stoppage around about the half-back line, so the margin, if you've 4 points at the moment, with 12.5 gone on this last term.
Yeah, so we'll get a secondary ball up here, wrapped up into a tackle. 12.5 minutes gone in this last quarter. Beaconsfield lead by 4 points. Tap forward, Wasilko. Did he really get rid of that one? Looked like he threw it and the umpires pinged him. So a free kick here, Mooroolbark. Looking to play on straight away. Thatcher finds McManus in the middle of the ground. That kick is off the side of his boot. He's very lucky that Misso couldn't pick that up cleanly. went backwards. Now a chance here for Arena. Just gets the ball away into a dangerous spot. Ocker picks it up for the Eagles. Passes it forward into a tackle there. Kennedy was pressured. Ball hits the ground with Silko again in and under. Just gets away from Kennedy and gets the ball on the boot inside 50. Dangerous here for the Mustangs. Running onto this. Keeling picked it up and just passes it towards the boundary line. It stays in for a moment. And then Johnson sees George over the line.
I tell you what, some of the desperation tackles there by Beaconsfield, that were absolutely magnificent. Throwing their bodies in.
So, still none the wiser on who's going to win this game as the umpire throws it in. Thatcher gets the hit out. Back into the tight stuff though, but they managed to work it out, Beaconsfield, sort of bouncing around over there, trying to get his hands on it was Harris. Now Beaconsfield trying to find some clear out. That might have been a high tackle. Umpire sees play on Stoko of the Trent variety. Long kick over here. Now is this going to be an important contest? Ball on the grounds. They'll work it out, and a desperate kick away there by McManus, but it could come back. Good work over there by Coe, being one of the stars of the Beaconsfield effort today. He's got it back again. Little handball over the top there to a teammate in Smith. Now it's forward again. Down here they come inside 50. Kick is smothered though. Good work over there on the grounds. And what's the umpire going to do? It's a high ball back inside. Up they fly. No one really getting their hands on it at the moment. Probably going to be a ball up. And into the contest, and eventually the tackle is made on Bowd. And the umpire says we will come in.
Beaconsfield have to be careful they don't get hit on the counter here. They're pressing.
So, inside 50 here for the Eagles. Ocker will go up in the ruck against Thatcher. He picks it up now. He's brought in a tackle. Just threw it out, and he's caught for holding the ball. So Paul Thatcher will take possession of it. They trail by 4 points, and that kick is poor. It's a turnover. And McKinder will line up, looking to put the Eagles 10 points in front again. And with a low-scoring game, a 2-goal gap at the moment might just be enough. So 15 minutes gone. Big kick here for the Eagles. Currently sitting 5th spot on the Division 1 ladder, looking to play finals for the first time in the EFNL. A win here would certainly help it. McKinder lines up. Ball on the way over the umpire's head and through for a goal. Big time goal, 8-7-55. The Eagles lead Mooroolbark 6-9-45, 15.5 minutes gone. Blake Tennant boundary side.
Yeah, just a quick one from the injury point of view. Braden Dobie is officially on the ground right now after his ankle. So another huge in for the Mustangs, but let's see if they can try get up with this margin.
Well, that's good to hear that he is back out there.
Yep. I thought he was cooked, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought he looked bad at first.
He did not look good, but he's a bit of a Superman. He's come back on the ground and they need him. He's kicked 3 goals for the day. Well, that last goal is taking it up to a 10-point lead. So what if Mooroolbark got? Can they respond? Beaconsfield get it out of the middle as they get it forward. They'll need to be sure of going back. Here is Crossley, and he's taken the tackle. Is that going to be holding the ball? What has the umpire paid? No, he's got benefit of the doubt. In fact, in the end, it was Kennedy who got the ball. So the umpire will throw it up again. So up it goes. Almost an uncontested mark. Hit out from Thatcher. Out towards the boundary. Still in over there. And eventually it's across.
Josh, can you let us know, is the big ruckman Munkers, is he off the ground injured? Because he was holding his lower back the last time I saw him on the field.
Right here, he is off the ground.
But is he injured?
He's not injured. He's been waiting to come on for a couple of minutes now, actually, Monkhorst.
Okay. So they need to get him back out. There is a little handball out, and here's Mooroolbark. A kick is smothered, though. Beaconsfield doing everything right, including on the scoreboard, and that's a free kick, says the umpire. Oh, that's a fair. The crowd's gone a bit wild. It's a free kick. It's going to be in the hands of Misso.
And he passed it off, and Johnson couldn't quite grab it. I don't know why he didn't just go back and take the set shot from there.
Yeah.
And we'll get a ball up inside 50. Misso was probably in range to take it himself, but it's too selfless and passed off to Johnson. Couldn't quite control it. 17.5 minutes gone in this last quarter. Beaconsfield lead by 10 points. One more goal would absolutely do it. Here's Ocker. Finds a bit of space. Gets past one. Passes it off to a teammate who's under the pump. Passed it off. Here's a chance now. Mounter got past one. His kick inside 50 is dropped by the skipper of the Mooroolbark Football Club. And we get another ball up inside 50. Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Moncourse on now, boys.
Moncourse back on the ground. Thanks, Blake.
Just on Ocker, look, he's been magnificent, but sometimes he just takes them on that one time too many.
So here's Moncourse, got the tap down. We'll get another ball up inside 50. 18 minutes gone. So one last twist to this tail. Tap forward there with Silko. He might be able to receive it again. Got the handball received. Punched away there by the Mooroolbark player. Into space, here's Misso. Runs onto it. Kick forward. Into space here. Chance for Mooroolbark to at least clear it out at the moment. Goes over the boundary line. Might be given a free kick for holding the man. He is. So a free kick here going Mooroolbark. Blake Tennant, boundary side.
Just a quick one. Aussie Smith is waiting. I think he's waited about 7 minutes to get on. So he's a player that you want on the ground right now.
It's been very frustrating for him.
Harrison Coe, he's gone behind the ball too, boys.
Yeah, no, Aussie Smith, he's not doing much damage on the boundary because he's had a fantastic game. I need to get him out there. Mark taken over there nicely by Curry, and they come forward again. Mark on the far side taken there by Matt Johnson. What a game he's had. He's kicked 4 goals, 1 on each quarter. Of course, the VFL listed player as he sends it long towards goal. And it's through. No, it's touched on the line. Touched on the line. It must have been very close. The goal umpire, no sense of theatre, looking for number 5. And they'll bring it back into play, the Mooroolbark side, and they'll have to get on with it quickly.
So Kennedy moved it on straight away. The kick off the boot there from Roth wasn't a good one. So he'll come right back in towards the direction of Ocker, but he slipped over and gave Kennedy a free mark of the football. They clear it out looking for McManus. He's spoiled there by Harris, who's able to pick it up. The fans there want a free kick for being held, and they will receive it. So Harris here outside 50 still for the Eagles. Kick inside, looking for Bowd. Got his handball forward. Back out in the direction of Harris, who picks it up nicely. Inside 50 again for the Eagles. In the direction of Ocker out the back. Couldn't quite take it. Gave away the free kick in the process. Kennedy will take it. 20 minutes gone in this last quarter. They lead by 11 points. They just got to roll the dice now, the Mustangs.
So back to the boundary, Blake.
Yeah, Smith on now, boys.
So here's Mooroolbark coming forward again. They need a goal from this excursion, you'd think. It's in the hands of Nathan Arena. He kicks it long, but it's only Beaconsfield players back there, and Stoker of the Trent variety takes a good safe mark. Happy just to switch it inside. They can just knock it around now, Beaconsfield, because they've got the, it's Mooroolbark that need to make all the running, although having said that, they drop one. But they managed to recover in the hands of McPherson. They don't want to mess around too much, though, as the ball is out towards that back pocket. And in the end, they've made a bit of a hash of it.
Big hit there.
It's still in, though. And funny kick back inside. Smith is there. In fact, he makes the tackle, and he gets the football. What a brilliant piece of play. And one go as a snap for goal. And that is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Who's kicked the goal,
Noonan.
boys? It's Noonan, but put that one down to Smith, because that piece of play before that was outstanding. He made the tackle, and he got the ball out of the same hit.
Besso, good point. How about that? He's been off for 7 minutes, straight away as an impact, and leads to a goal.
Yep.
That is just sensational. That's probably the piece of play of the day, and Noonan gets the goal, and it's game on.
That touch on the line could become crucial now.
Well, it certainly could. 8-8-56 the Eagles. Mooroolbark 7-9-51.
And look, at the end of the day, if Beaconsfield are going to fall on the sword, it's because they've got to take their time. When they had kicks up here on the forward 50, they rushed. They were 11 points in front. Slow the game down, play it on your terms.
And Brett Lavers would have been tearing his hair out that he couldn't get Aussie Smith on the field there for so long.
That's right.
It's just so important as we wait for a footy to come back in. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. We're on the Facebook and YouTube streams. A couple comments on YouTube. Matthew Foreman says his house is behind us. Thanks for that, Matthew. Good to know. There's a ball brought back to the middle.
Maybe it was his car that had the RAC.
I don't know if he's at the ground, Matthew, but thanks for listening in. We appreciate it. 5-point lead here to Beaconsfield. Monkhurst in the ruck against Coe. Taps it forward, looking for Smith. May have been held there. Almost a good tackle from behind there from McKinder. Pulls out to Stoko. Aussie Smith wraps him up in a tackle. 5-point lead to the Eagles. 22.5 minutes gone in this last quarter as we edge closer to Mooroolbark's forward half. Season on the line, you'd think just about for him. Monkhurst in the ruck. Tap forward. Chance now for the Eagles. We'll get wrapped up. Another secondary ball up. 22, almost 23 minutes gone in this last quarter.
It's no coincidence that Smith comes back on the ground and they start taking all the territory.
Yep, absolutely not. I'll tell you what, those boys down there, they might burn the grandstand down if Beaconsfield don't win this. Mooroolbark pinch a late one, taken there by Tyler Stocko on the grounds. Umpire to ball it up. So what have we had now? We've had 23 minutes gone in this term, and it's been so close right throughout, and Mooroolbark can still pinch this with a goal. They're close enough if they're good enough, as the saying goes, and there's a whistle from one of the other goal umpire, not the officiating umpire, but one of the non-officiating umpires, pays the free kick, goes the way of Beaconsfield, and they slam it out wide. Chased by Johnston. He's got his hands on it. No, he's sort of he's happy to see this over the line, but in the end he manages to get a kick forward, but it's been cut off nicely by Thompson, and he has a bounce, puts it on the boot. Can he hit a target? Up they go. The only player he hits is a Beaconsfield player, and they'll come back again.
That's Bowd. He's been very good all day as well.
He has indeed. So Jake Bowd with the footy.
So Bowd to send the Eagles forward, looking for Ocker. He's contested there, and it might fall into the hands there of the Mustangs. Couldn't quite pick that up, Ahmet, and goes out of bounds. 24 minutes gone. 5-point lead to Beaconsfield. I don't know if the boys have a time left down on the boundary line.
Yes, I don't want to be the one who checks the phone when you're at the footy, but there is 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go in this Eastland match of the round. Beaconsfield lead by 5 points. It's been a close one all afternoon. Ocker flew, couldn't quite grab it. Eagles go forward. Mark dropped there. A chance now for the Eagles. The tackle, Misso, got his handball out. Ball falls out to Stoko. Gets past one. Noonan wraps him up, and that's holding the ball. Is there a chance to the Mustangs?
Well, they better go quickly because they're running out of time. About 90 seconds to go by our reckoning. Noonan slams it long. This would be something if they could pinch this Mooroolbark. It really would. Out towards the boundary, but it's still an over there. And eventually across the boundary line. So get it back in, umpire. Don't muck around. Got to win this clearance. Where's Austin Smith? He's right there. And it goes. Monkhurst pushes his opponent out of the way. And they eventually get their hands on it with Wasilko. They'll be just happy just to try and kill it. There's Smith going in and under, manages to get it out. Good work there by, I think it was Noonan over there as they get it forward again. But they're a bit outnumbered around the contest here. There's not enough Mooroolbark players there. As Roget on the bottom of that gets it forward. So here's their chance, probably the last chance. Up they fly, ball gets over the back. How's this going to bounce? They'll get a stoppage inside 50. So this is their moment as we go back to the boundary.
Had they kept moving, Trent Giorgio was all on his own and could have gotten the goal there.
So not inside 50, sorry, as the umpire throws it up. I was looking at the how they come forward. Now they'll go inside 50. Here's the kick. Long towards goal, and it's missed everything, I think. It's gone across for a boundary throw-in.
That's out on the full.
Out on the full, in fact. So that's disastrous for Mooroolbark, and that might be their chance gone. And it'll be Beaconsfield just to chip it around.
It's about here in the back pocket, and if they're smart,
just slow it
remain, keep possession of the football. They should be able to win it from here. Long down the line. Mooroolbark need a mark. Monkhurst sort of pushed the player out from behind. Falls out to Ocker here, the ball. Kicks it forward, and this is pretty much it for the Eagles. If they just get a mark here from Johnson, they do. He plays on, takes a bounce. Matt Johnson, he's kicked 4, takes 4 bounces, passes it off. Misso in the right in the corridor. Mark taken. Well done by Matt Johnson. Seeks him out, and Beaconsfield can ice the game right here. Through the hands of Michael Misso, and how about Johnson coming back into the side? He's been the difference. And there's the siren. And it is another close loss from the Mooroolbark Football Club. They were brave, but Beaconsfield are going to do enough. Misso just looking for a bit of icing on the cake. Will line up about 25 metres out, right in front. Misso's kick is on the way, and it's a goal. And Beaconsfield 9-8-62 are going to defeat Mooroolbark 7-9-51 in a close game all afternoon out here at Holm Park Reserve. And they get across the line. There was an opportunity for the Mustangs. They got a couple of times, got the ball up forward, and just fell short, but a great contest between two sides who are fighting for a top 5 spot.
It certainly is, and you have at the end of the day, you have a look at all. There's nothing between these two sides. They could play this game again tomorrow, and you'd have a 10-point less point result.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I do feel for the Mustangs there. They threw everything they had at them.
They were brave.
They were both throwing punches all day, and it's just someone had to win in the end, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a big win for Beaconsfield. They'll remain in the top 5 and one step closer to their first finals appearance in the Eastern Football Netball League. So a big win here. The Mustangs will be disappointed. It's an 11-point loss, another one by less than a couple of kicks, and a really similar result to the last time they played. A very close game, and they really threw everything out. Aussie Smith was massive, and I keep going back to Johnson, having him come into the side this week to kick 4 goals. You just saw him there set up the last goal as well. He was massive. Coe in the ruck was fantastic. I believe the boys on the boundary might be able to grab one interview here as they shake hands in the middle, but a great contest between the two sides, and Beaconsfield will take a lot out of this. Mooroolbark probably out of the race for the finals at the moment as we go boundary side to Josh Ward.
I've got Jake Bowd, the captain of Beaconsfield, alongside me. Jake, a very close contested game. Must be happy to get over the line.
Yeah, for sure. We knew how big this game was for both sides. Obviously level on points coming into the later part of the year. Such a big win for us. We've done tough the last few weeks, so for the boys to dig deep there in the end. So, well fought out win, and one we definitely needed.
And how much confidence does this give you for the final month of the season, just being able to get over the top and, almost booking your spot in finals? I hate to go the early crow, but it's a big victory for the club, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said earlier, we knew coming into this game how big it was going to be. And just so proud of the boys. So much on the line there. We dug deep in the end and, managed to. We backed ourselves going into the last. We've done the hard work. We've had a big few weeks on the track, so we knew we had the legs in the end, but we just had to keep putting our heads over the footy. We knew we'd get him in the end, and that's what the boys did. Super proud.
And finally, Matt Johnson, Jafar Ocker alongside you up forward. That must be a luxury playing alongside them.
Yeah, super exciting. Obviously, you saw how electric Jaff and Matty Johnson are forward. They give us so much, so many options going forward. And when we move the ball like that, coming through the wing, there's no one catching those two players. We love having them down deep.
Well, Jake, we better let you go and sing the song. Congratulations on the win.
Cheers. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks there to Josh Ward. Alongside Jake Bowd, who was fantastic this afternoon, and we saw the fan squad in front of him with the sign that we saw on the far wing, so you would have been able to catch that if you're watching on YouTube and Facebook. But a fantastic win for the Beaconsfield Football Club as they come off the ground. Disappointing for Mooroolbark, because that probably means their season is done. They've still got to keep winning because Croydon will be behind them looking to pinch a couple of upsets on the run home. But they threw everything they had at them today, and they were probably undermanned a little bit, so it was a really strong effort.
Yeah, you've got to give them credit for that performance. It was a really good performance, and I know they probably are out of the finals race now, but I think the one thing that they'll rue from that performance is some of those situations, like at the end there when they couldn't get the players onto the ground. I think that really cost them in the end.
Yeah, exactly. When Austin Smith was stuck on the bench for several minutes.
In those situations, you just need to get your best players on the ground, and having him off for 7 or 8 minutes in the last quarter, they're going to rue that. But they have to be proud, and they're a young side, so I think it's not the end of the world for them missing the finals.
Yeah, it's not.
Boundary if you can.
We I think we're missing there the theme song coming in and out. So congratulations to the Beaconsfield Football Club. Fantastic win for them at Holm Park Reserve.
It certainly was. Look, we've got a little bit of time. Is there any chance that the boys down there can grab Mick Fogarty?
They will. They're about to grab another interview shortly. We're going to go to a short ad break, but a big win here for the Beaconsfield Football Club. 9-8-62 to Mooroolbark, 7-9-51 in a very close game for the Eastland Match of the Round. We'll be back for a couple of post-game interviews and a few scores around the grounds.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. The Beaconsfield Football Club 9-8-62 defeated Mooroolbark 7-9-51. In a great contest between the two sides. It was close all afternoon. A few times the momentum did shift and Beaconsfield finish up on top with a strong last quarter. We've got a fair bit of time left, so we will get into the scores around the grounds quite shortly, but we'll also try and grab an interview with the boys on the boundary down there at the Beaconsfield rooms at the moment, so I'm sure they'll have someone quite shortly. But also our votes for the Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Award. I'll start with Ray because you've got your 3 already lined up. Yep. So your 1, 2, 3 for this afternoon's game?
Well, one vote I gave to Jake Bowd. I just thought that, I love the way he runs at the contest, 110% full, non-stop, doesn't worry about who's in his way. And he did kick a goal there in the second quarter. I thought he gave them options up forward. 2 votes I gave to Matt Johnson. He's come into this side. He's kicked the goal in every quarter. That's all you ask your full forward to do. And he played around up. He wasn't afraid to go up on the wing and take his defender out either. And 3 votes, although he was on a losing side, Austin Smith. Look, he got everything. Monkhurst gave him everything in the first half, but even after when Monkhurst was nullified a little bit, he was still a very dominant player. And when he gets the ball, he uses it every time.
Absolutely. Dylan Smith, your 3 votes for this afternoon for the Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground?
Yeah, so I've given 1 to Harrison Coe. I thought he was really good. Probably the first quarter, it was Monkhurst who got on top, but they really got back into it. And once Beaconsfield were able to break even, I thought he was really, really important in that second half especially. 2 votes, I've gone to Matt Johnson. Pretty similar to what Ray said there, really. He didn't get a lot of the ball, but everything he touched basically turned into a goal, didn't it? So
and he kicked some goals from the 45-metre mark too.
So really important goals to put them back in front and those sorts of things. So and then 3 votes also to Austin Smith, who I think he was clearly the best player on the ground. 4-quarter performance, as Ray said, and really just helped them with the clearance work along with Monkhurst as well.
Absolutely. And Brett Beston, your 3 for this afternoon?
Yeah, pretty similar to the other guys. I would have Jake Bowd as well. I thought he
was terrific and gave him 1 vote for all the reasons really that Ray said. Johnson, of course, well, he kicked the 4 goals and he was a massive influence for Beaconsfield, and of course he couldn't go past, and it seems really weird giving the best on ground to someone on the losing side, but Austin Smith was just magnificent. As I mentioned before, he had that 7-minute period when he was off the ground, and it really hurt Mooroolbark. I think they really needed him out there, but he was magnificent today.
Yeah, I've gone very similar. Co for the 1 vote. I thought, especially in that second half, really stood up, took a lot of contested marks and was really impressive for Beaconsfield. Up against a really experienced ruckman in Monkhurst. I've gone 2 for Johnson, as we've pretty much all alluded to, with the 4 goals was the difference. If he doesn't play today, I think Mooroolbark win this game. So a big effort to him, and I think he might feature in the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, having a think back to a couple of his goals this afternoon, and then 3 votes to Aussie Smith, and he almost willed him over the line. He was just fantastic from the word go, and even Mick Fogarty said it at 3/4 time, we've got to do something to shut him out, because everything he did this afternoon was really impressive, and he's just had one of those years where he's been fantastic. So I think that's pretty unanimous, which is rare for someone from a losing team to take out the Sportsco best on ground. But congratulations, Aussie Smith.
Look, when you have scores that are reasonably level, why should not a losing player be best on the ground if he's had the most possessions? That's right. If it's a big blowout, fair enough, But
in a close game,
it's fine.
Yeah, and Tom Lovell was probably stiff the other week against Montrose, where he was pretty much best on ground. I'm surprised if he didn't get 3 votes.
I agree with you, though. It's almost like there's this rule that we can't do it.
Oh, it happens. Nathan Buckley won the Norm Smith in 02, and
Chris
Judd won it as well, and so it does happen.
There was that piece of play. It was down this far end towards the end of the game. I can't remember what goal it led to, but Austin Smith, he went in, he made the tackle, got the ball, freed it, and they kicked the goal from it, and that really just typified his day. He was just brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. And our Tobin Brothers goal of the day, thinking back a couple, are we giving it to Johnson? He kicked 4 and they were all pretty good set shots. I think they were all set shots. He had one that was arguable. I thought it was there. It was touched on the line, which would have definitely been the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. But any other contenders?
I think it could have been either of the 2 that Johnson kicked at this end of the ground, kicking to the left there. The Aussie Smith goal in the last quarter was quite spectacular too, from memory. But
is that the Noonan one, the Smith to Noonan in the last quarter?
Yeah,
that was pretty good. I think we'll give it to Johnson. I think so. I think he deserves something after the performance he had this afternoon. He was fantastic, and I believe one of the boys on the boundary line will get an interview. But just until we get that, we'll go through some of the scores around the grounds. Baldwin hasn't updated this on their socials or their the website on Sportscast, but not Sportscast, Game Day. But the scores level out at Baldwin against Baldwin Vermont. Big game there, 1v2. That's 16 minutes ago when I got that last update that the scores were level. Out at Domini Reserve, Park Orchards 10-9-69 to South Croydon 8-12-60. Wow. I think that's final. So that is massive if that's true, because Park Orchards would draw level with South Croydon. I think the Dogs will still have them on percentage, but very interesting result there. East Ringwood have hit the front against Noble Park 9-6-60 to 6-14-50. Very inaccurate from the Bulls, so they may have dropped one there. Berwick big winners, 15-13, 103 to Doncaster 2-5-17. And Roeville, I don't know if this is final, Ray, but 8-8-56 to Doncaster East 8-3-51. So that's a big game out there out at Seabed.
That's amazing, because Roeville were trailing all day.
Yeah, they were. Well, the last time we checked. As we go boundary side to Blake Tennant, I believe he's got Matt Johnson down there.
Yes, I do, Matt. Mate, unbelievable game from your point of view, and also the team to win by 11 points. Pretty hard against Mooroolbark, who probably gave you a bit of a shock in a run of your money.
Yeah, they're a good outfit, and I haven't played against them this year, but the way they're going all right. So they jumped out of the blocks, so it's real credit to the boys that we sort of stuck in there, and on a wet day it was always going to be tough, so it was all about that territory, and the boys stuck fat, and it was a good win.
Talk about your game, mate. 4 goals, 1 in every quarter, if you don't mind. Is this something that you want to try pride yourself on? Obviously, coming back from Frankston VFL, is this something that you want to be a bit more consistent kind of thing, like that sort of for you?
Yeah, I mean, I always pride myself on my goal kicking. I missed a couple today I'd probably like to kick, but from Frankston's perspective, they wanted me to work on my aerial contest and stuff at the ground, so I felt like I was able to impact a little bit there as well, and got on the end of a couple with some good ball use coming inside.
Talk about it. Do you feel like it was a slow first quarter, and then you guys felt like? Did you felt like it was under your control, pretty much under now? I know Mooroolbark came at you again in that third quarter, but do you feel like majority of the game it was on your terms? You felt like, or was it vice versa, 50-50 split kind of thing?
Yeah, no, we had belief all day that we could do it, and it was kind of a do or die game for us today, because obviously it's pretty tight in that 4th sort of to 7th region. So yeah, we felt okay. We were just a bit slow out of the blocks, but no, the boys never stopped believing, and it was a great win.
All right, I'll hand it over to the boys on the balcony, and any questions for Matt?
Matt, coming back from the VFA playing there, mate, and you slot into this side very, very well. You must be very happy to have guys like Jake Bowder and the big Ocker around you as well on that forward line.
Yeah, 100%. Like, we've got some weapons down there, so those boys were looking for me all day, which was kind of them. But just guys up the ground, some of the young guys that have come through the club, like Sammy McKinder and Joshy Mauner and Heath Harris, like they're going to drive the club forward. So it was really pleasing.
Matt, tell us about Mick Fogarty. I mean, he's been in the coaching ranks for so long. Of course, we've known him in his time at Noble Park. It was a bit of a shock when he decided to come to Beaconsfield, looking for a change. What's he brought to the club?
Foggers is awesome. Like, he's been such a great support and like to all the boys, but especially to me. Yeah, he's been super. He's got so much knowledge, and as you know, like, he's had great success at this level. And yeah, he's a great leader and a great bloke.
I wouldn't have minded, probably wouldn't have minded actually being on the end of one of his sprays, because the quarter time spray, did he get stuck into you boys a bit at quarter time?
Oh, he wasn't too bad, but yeah, his sprays can get pretty bad. You probably would have heard him in the coach's box. He gets pretty loud, especially at the umpires. So, but no, at quarter time he was all right. He kept a level head, which we probably needed. So, no, he's all right.
Matt, talk us through that last quarter. You obviously had two sides out there that were vying for finals, and could you feel that sort of I guess pressure that both sides really had to win, and it felt pretty hot in the contest? How was it out there?
Yeah, it was pretty brutal, to be honest. Like, there was so much contest going on, and the ball just kept popping out, and blokes were putting their bodies on the line. Like, for us, like Nick McPherson and Trent Stoker were doing it all day. Those boys are going to be sore tomorrow. So, but yeah, it was brutal. You could tell that both teams really needed a win, so we're happy to come away with it.
And just on your teammate, Cole, I thought he was fantastic and really had to fight hard against someone as experienced as Monkhurst, and certainly stood up, especially in that second half when the game was on the line.
Yeah, Harry was awesome. Like, Monkhurst obviously is a big boy and he's sort of muscling him around, but his ruck work in there was awesome, but also just getting back behind the ball, and he's juking everything. So yeah, he was great today.
And just for yourself, coming back into the side this week, how do you enjoy playing at Beaconsfield? It's obviously a bit of a different level of football compared to what you're used to at that VFL level, but you seem to obviously take it quite easily and did pretty well.
Yeah, it's a different type of footy compared to what I've been used to this year, but I love coming back here. I mean, I've been at this club since under 15s, and yeah, it's just such a great environment, and the boys welcome me back with open arms every time I come back, so it's great.
That's fantastic to hear. Matt Johnson there, the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day winner to this afternoon, so hang around, we'll get the award out to you, and congratulations on the win this afternoon.
Thanks for that, guys.
There you go, a big afternoon there from Matt Johnson. It was fantastic. 4 goals, a big performance from him. And again, as I said, he probably was the difference, because if Mooroolbark, Dobie was pretty impressive up forward, kicked a few goals, but to have someone of that sort of talent and that player, that key forward, probably just missing that. And obviously in the off-season, losing both Jai Jordan and Mullet as well, made it a bit tougher for him, and it's probably been their biggest issue this year.
Just on Johnson, though, I like the way he grabs the ball. Even on a lead where he's running full pace, he's so clean in his marking, and that, every time you'd back him in to mark the ball.
And that last play, being able to play on and bounce the ball a few times in these sort of conditions and then hit up a target perfectly, he just does it so easily, and obviously that's just the talent that he does have, Dylan.
Yeah, absolutely. There was actually a moment, just to highlight how much he likes to take the game on, there was a moment a couple of minutes before that, and I thought he should have probably taken the ball out. but he was always looking to keep it in, keep the ball going, and I think that sort of mentality it just really helps when you're trying to push for the win as well.
I suppose the interesting thing is that it's nothing that he can do about this because it's just the nature of the situation. But he's probably going to get called back into the VFL side at some point, whether it be next week or whatever. And I'm sure that Beaconsfield, he's such an influential player. You just don't know how many more games he's going to play throughout the year.
Well, it's an interesting point. With Beaconsfield having Johnson there up forward, come on final series if they're lucky enough to get there, which I think they will from here. I think they're good enough to do so. They're in a good position now. Bayswater have lost as well, so they'll jump into 4th position. With Johnson there, can they do some damage come finals time, Ray?
Oh, they certainly can. Look, all the clubs that get these VFA players back can do. But look, I'm not 100% sure on the rule, but the big concern with these guys coming back and being eligible to play finals is not so much how many games they've played for the EFNL side. If they've played too many VFA games, that is when they cannot come back. That's the way I understand it. So it just depends on how many games these guys have played in the VFL.
It's an interesting conversation because obviously Johnson for Beaconsfield will be key come finals time. Parenti will be key for Mitchum. So there's a few players who, if they're there, might be able to shape up the final series.
Roval as well. He could go to.
Well, that's another one.
Because you could name 6 or 8 of them without any problems at all.
Especially when you look at the state of the game today. If they didn't have Johnson, where were their goals coming from?
Yeah,
well, that's right.
Yeah. Well, Ocker's been one who usually kicks 4 or 5, but. Yeah. The delivery to him a few times were pretty poor in the first half, and he looked thereabouts and probably couldn't quite finish.
He was more useful higher up the ground really at times, wasn't he? Actually,
sort of had a Nelly day, didn't he? Really?
Yeah, he was more of a facilitator.
Just an update from Bourne, Vermont by 27 points, 13-9 to 9-6. So they've ran away in the last quarter after the game was all tied up. That's the big statement. The Eagles will be on top of the ladder, Josh.
That's the statement when they need it. This is like the one. Doncaster, Eastern Roval the previous 2 weeks, both at home. This is at Bourne. It's as big a win as you can get out there, especially after what the performance Bourne produced last weekend.
We've got to start tipping them now because we've been avoiding it. It's been an incredible season from them so far.
Does that mean they're on top of the table?
They will be on top of the ladder, I believe. I don't know. They were sitting second, and that was just off percentage off Bourne, so they'll definitely be on top unless someone else who is on tied wins with them had a really big win today. Dylan's got the ladder up at the moment for Premier Division.
Yeah. Do we have an update on the East Ringwood game?
East Ringwood by 10 points, I believe. So they shouldn't jump them on percentage.
No, they won't. No.
So Vermont will be sitting on top of the ladder come the end of this round, you would imagine. We'll jump into some Division 1 scores where we were up to. South Belgrave 12-6 defeated Bayswater 3-5. At 3/4 time, Croydon trailed North Ringwood by 33 points. So unless there was a bit of a late comeback, you would think North Ringwood would have held on there and put their case forward to potentially play finals. They're still in the mix. Mitchum 130 to Lilydale 30, so big win for the Tigers, who are wearing their Indigenous jumper there, designed by Jarman Impey, who spoke with the club this afternoon out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. This is a bit of a blowout now, 14-24, 108 to 6-4, 41 Turner South. Massive turn of the tables from the last time they played, where we were out and One Turner South won, and they've fallen off a cliff at the moment.
They were going well earlier in this season, but not sure what's happened to them, whether they've got injuries or what. But they have just, as you say, just fallen off a cliff.
I mean, Kai Barlow was out today, and they've had changes week in, week out, but it's still no excuse given.
It's still been a huge drop in form.
Kai Barlow, a very good player, but probably doesn't make up 70 points in terms of that. So yeah, it's a bit of a worry now because they'll remain outside the top 5, and that spot is certainly still up for grabs, and that probably helps Beaconsfield's case again, sitting in 4th. I just can't see him slipping out now. So really good news if you're a Beaconsfield fan. We'll jump into Division 2. A couple of results here at the moment. East Burwood 10-13, 73 to Heathmont 8-3, 51. Big win for the Rams.
Wow.
Yeah, certainly
22
that's
points.
one that they really had to knock off. They said they needed to get a scalp, and that's a scalp.
And that probably just not quite does it. Ringwood and Mulgrave look like they both might pull off a win here. Mulgrave 13-8 to 11-6 Templestowe. That's a 14-point lead there for the Lions. I'm not sure if that's final or not, but Mulgrave win that one. They keep themselves alive. Ringwood defeated the Basin 65 to 43, so they're both still alive, but East Burwood's doing them no favours. They just keep winning.
Huge win for Mulgrave there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is a final score. Mulgrave 86
that is final.
to 72 Templestowe.
they'll be disappointed when they walk off the field and see that East Burwood have beaten Heathmont, though.
Well,
that sort of cancelled each other out.
You know who has really benefited from this is the Waverley Blues, who are 2 games behind them on both sides of Heathmont and Templestowe. Now they're 1 game behind, a big win over Upper Ferntree Gully, 174-65. So the percentage, bit of a boost there. They keep their double chance alive. That's big now for them. And then Boronia are clear on top, and they will finish on top now. 134 defeated Knox 44. So they'll have the break off, you would imagine now. They're not going to lose top spot. Second and third is where it gets interesting. If the Waverley Blues can, I think they've got a bit of an easier run home compared to Heathmont and Templestowe. Templestowe head to Tormore Reserve next week. So Waverley Blues could be in the top 3 by the end of next week. Very interesting there in terms of who gets that double chance.
Do we think any of those teams can do any damage in that division of that sort of chasing pack?
It's hard. They've got a bit of work to do. They're a bit behind Boronia, but in saying that, it just takes one performance, one bad day from the Hawks, and a one-spirited performance from one of those 3 sides.
That's right, yeah.
Even East Burwood now, you've got to contend. Keep them as a contender. They're playing some good footy.
Bit of funny side, the Waverley Blues, because they look pretty much unbeatable earlier in the season. They had that bit of a flat patch, but now they seem to be coming back towards the back end of the season.
I think it was spoken about a bit on the pod, though, wasn't it, where they had that game, they played that extra game, and it was sort of heightening our what we thought about them.
In saying that, they've lost 3 close ones against East Burwood, Heathmont, and Templestowe by less than a kick. So you reverse those results and they're probably sitting in second. So there's a lot of positives you can take out from a Waverley perspective. We'll jump into Division 3. Donvale defeated Fair Park 104-42. Big win for the Magpies. Continue their winning streak. Sylvan defeated Oakley 88-59. Bit of not a surprise, but Sylvan were in probably a rough patch of the season. Had won only 1 of their last 6 games, so a big result for them. That probably locks up the top 4. I think that's all done. Fair Park obviously losing. So
that was Oakley that got Sylvan.
That was no, Sylvan that got Oakley.
Sylvan got Oakley.
Yes, 88-59. Warrandyte 98 defeated Whitehorse 73. I believe Warrandyte will now be the only side, I think, in contention to actually make the top 4 from here. I don't think they will. They're probably too far out, but they're the only side you could think could possibly get on a run, and Whitehorse now in a bit of trouble. 3 wins on the bottom of the ladder, a game behind Coldstream.
You would have think that Warrandyte are still in the hunt because they've had, they've had a pretty ordinary season for the most part.
A lot of injuries, a lot of
overseas travellers.
Overseas travelling.
The old overseas travellers.
2 games behind Sylvan now in 4th. That Sylvan loss, they'd be a game behind. So I think
do they play Sylvan on the run? They play Sylvan on the run home.
I think so. They play Sylvan and Oakley District on the run home. So. But they have to contend with Donvale as well. So I think
that's it then. That's your top 4 pretty much locked up, and both finals are pretty much sorted because Ferntree Gully and Donvale aren't going to drop out of the top 2. We'll jump into Division 4. Surrey Park 127 to Nuttawading 10. Bit of a blowout there.
Scoresby can't stop smiling.
Very happy, man, because Surrey Park won and Carlton are leading against Port Adelaide.
No Carlton scores, thanks. Scoresby 13-13-91 defeated Croydon North Hemlock 6-8-44. Not that bad from Croydon North Hemlock to stay within 50 points of the Magpies.
Come on, Ryan. We're waiting for the Churnside game.
Well, Kimberley Reserve, Churnside Park 13-9-87 have run away with this to 8-6-54 Forest Hill. So 2 games ahead of the Zebras from here. They do have a bye, so the Zebras are technically only 1 game behind. But in saying that, they're very close to just locking up that final spot.
Yeah, I think they've got that really with the run that they're on.
I mean, I think Forest Hill possibly play Croydon North Hemlock and Nuttawading on their run home. Churnside, I think, only faced 1 of them, so there's still a chance, but given the percentage differential they would have gotten from that game, it's going to be hard for the Zebras to get into the top 4. I think you can almost lock that in if you want to in Division 4.
Yeah, I think you're right with the percentage boost that they'll get from here. They're playing some good footy at the moment. It's hard to see them missing, and even 3rd place isn't that far off of them because Scoresby's form has been probably pretty average in the last few weeks. So,
what's the ceiling on Churnside?
I mean, I think it's wide open. I think this division is anyone's game because obviously it's not like division, obviously not like Premier or 1 or 2 where the setup is different with the top 5, top 4. You just got to win those 2 finals, get into a grand final, and it's there. So you only have to play the 3 games if you finish 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and they have a big test next week at home against Scoresby. So they've passed the Surrey Park and Kilsyth test, and if they pass Scoresby, the ceiling is very high for the Panthers.
Then we have to start taking them really seriously. Yeah, definitely.
Look, it's important to win games early in the season, but premierships are won from about round 14 onwards, and that's when Churnside have come good. If they can go into those finals winning the last whatever games are left, they're going to be a huge threat to the top two.
Yeah, and they beat Scoresby next week, Josh. They would have been all top three sides in recent weeks, and that will give them a whole lot of confidence. Very different way they've come into this final series compared to last year, where they pretty much hobbled in and they were pretty exhausted by the preliminary final.
Yeah, they're coming in with a full head of steam at Churnside Park, and that'll give them great confidence, especially if they do get over the top next weekend. And they're starting to get players back as well.
They'll come into the finals with a full list, I reckon.
Yeah, Scott Dwyer's come back, I think, last week against Kilsyth. Only kicked the one goal, but I'm sure up forward he's going to have a massive impact. Lachlan Tyndall, Warren Schmidt coming into the club. It's they're looking the goods, Churnside Park.
Yeah, certainly right. I'm just trying to do the Division 1 ladder in my head at the moment, trying to fix this up. I believe North Ringwood will move into 5th place, Blake. You've got the ladder in front of you as well on the computer. Beaconsfield will move into 4th. Bayswater lost. Wanturna South lost. So North Ringwood will now be on 7 wins, tied with Beaconsfield. So there's your top 5 at the moment. South Belgrave, Mitcham, Montrose, Beaconsfield, and then North Ringwood. And then a game behind is Wanturna South and Bayswater.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that might. I just think
that might be it. I think that top 5 might stay that way.
So you think North Ringwood now?
I just don't trust North Ringwood, unfortunately.
I don't know. Their form's been pretty impressive in the last.
Their away record is probably what's going to kill them. I reckon.
So who comes in? Wanturna South still? Because Wanturna South's form at the moment has been awful.
That's right. That's what
Wanturna South maybe just, but Bayswater potentially.
Bayswater they've got Mitcham that last round, so that doesn't really help.
Still a bit inconsistent for me, Bayswater.
That Bayswater North Ringwood game in a couple of weeks' time, that could possibly decide who gets that final spot. Because I think
that's a good one coming up.
Who's got the better run?
I would have to probably.
Ray's got the fixture in front of him, so let's.
In the last round, though, North Ringwood play Wanturna South at Crombie. That could all come down to that game.
Could be a crucial game, yeah.
Yeah, that's another big one.
That's another big one.
There's a lot of interesting games, and we've kept that last round vacant because there's going to be a few games that probably decide the top 5 and even some relegation battles at the end of the season, which will certainly be interesting. We've got still another 7 minutes. We finished this game quite early, so...
the bloody quarters were, I think, 23, 24 minutes. I haven't seen this sort of action going down here.
It's the shortest game we've had for ages because we're normally running out of time and having to rush everything at the end.
Yeah, that's true. So
now we know why Brash wasn't here, because he wasn't needed to
do the time.
And also we can... I think they just want to make it early game for us so we can travel up the coast to our homes.
Up the coast. Man.
And speaking of the coast, how about the Coasters, the Gold Coast? They had a good win. I know.
Did they? Actually, what other VFL, the AFL scores from this afternoon?
Don't bring up Carlton.
I know Collingwood had a big win. That's all I know.
Just waiting on the sorry, bring it back to the Eastern Football Netball League. Sorry, Blake. 3/4 time.
No problem.
Blackburn led Norwood by a point. Just trying to wait for a final score there. I don't know if anyone has seen that as well. I'm
just really
checking
quickly,
Blackburn's.
So how many times in recent years do you see an AFL coach get the punt and their side's going really badly and they win the next game?
The sugar hit. But the sugar hit.
Did South Croydon win?
No.
I've got a final score from Norwood Blackburn. Norwood 7-8-50. They go down to Blackburn 8-8-56. A long goal game out there at Mullum.
Jeez, I wouldn't have thought that would have been as close as it was. But
they played a close game earlier in the year. I think it was 14 points out in Moorton Park, but it keeps them on track. I think maybe...
Well, they'll be a game behind Noble Park now. In saying that, I just don't see their form being good enough to knock out anyone in that top 6. I think Noble Park is... Obviously, we saw last week Noble Park kept Blackburn to just 2 goals to the match. So I'm pretty certain that will be your top 6. Blackburn will make it interesting, but in saying that, I think their form's a bit...
And also, I think my, I know this is off topic, but my Super Boost Ruffy just completely went the wrong side. Bayswater, of course, we just
Yep.
touched on. I think I put Bayswater be my Super Boost roughie, but that did not work.
Can someone explain to me what a Super Boost roughie is?
Oh, you're not listening to the podcast if you don't know the Super Boost roughie.
I hear it come all the time, but I don't know. Just a tip, is it?
It's just a bit of an upset we think that might happen on the weekend, and thanks to Super Boost.
Has anyone ever nailed the Super Boost roughie?
Not really.
I might have done it. I'm not too sure. I think maybe 1 or 2 times, but not this week because I also had Bayswater as my Super Boost roughie.
There we go. Ray's got a final result out at Seabeck Oval with Rowville versus Doncaster East. Ray,
where was it? 12-10-82 Rowville, 10-5-65 Doncaster East.
The Rowville juggernaut continues.
Ran away with it.
Well, they play East Ringwood at East Ringwood next week, Rowville, so that's
another-
going to be
another
another
big
big
game.
game. Another big game. Although Rowville don't have a good record at East Ringwood. Over
going back on the years?
They have not. At East Ringwood, at Ringwood, I mean. Next week, yeah.
So you got a final score at Vermont too?
yes, Vermont did defeat Bourne, so
just got
on
that,
top
yeah.
of the Premier Division ladder.
Who would have thought, eh?
It's unbelievable considering where they were
I-
after the East Ringwood loss, a 91-point loss, and we saw them live and said, nah, they're no good.
And to see all of our ladder predictors that we did at the start of the year, I'm pretty sure we had Vermont 7th, 8th,
Yeah,
9th.
no one had him in top 6 after what happened last year.
Yeah.
Very young list, so to see him on top is quite
It
impressive
is.
for their football club.
Yeah.
As we pretty much wrap things up now, we've still got a couple of minutes left. What's happening with who's driving home? No, a TAC round, so obviously the guys behind us, anyone who's drinking in the rooms, leave your keys behind. Hopefully not.
I think I'm with Kane and Mackie, who's on the pre-game
Mackie
show.
still giving you a lift home.
I'll double-check
Even
that.
with a sling on his right arm.
No, he's all right. He'll be fine. He drove me here, so I guess he should be fine.
He'd be all right going around the roundabouts.
Hopefully we can see our Tigers get up tomorrow twilight game. So
Yeah, sure they will.
Yeah.
Don't bring up Richmond, please.
Josh, are you staying in? You stayed in Beaconsfield overnight. Did a bit of an overnight stay here. You're back there again.
Because I can't be bothered getting up at 7 a.m. in the morning and catching
Is that
public
true?
transport. Yeah, I did. I've got family out here around this area,
Jeez.
and they graciously let me sleep, spend the night. So.
This reminds me of the grand final from last year. Our great man Lee stayed at Bayswater.
I sleep there every year.
He does that every year, the grand final.
That reminds me of.
That's not about not being bothered. It's the fact I've got to get up at 5 o'clock and start preparing for the game.
Well, I can't be bothered, but it's going to be interesting how Dylan and I navigate our way back into the inner east of Melbourne.
No, I'm off straight away. You're at least going to chase me out to the car park. We're just going to wrap things up now. A fantastic afternoon for the Beaconsfield Football Club. 9-8-62 defeated Mooroolbark 7-9-51 in a game that was close all afternoon. Matt Johnson started with 4 goals, but Aussie Smith walks away with the Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Award. Got to thank Lee Green and Megan Green, who do a fantastic job each week. Kate Green as well, who was there for the women's. We were here all day, and obviously Josh, you were there calling that game. I was. North Ringwood getting the job done over Beaconsfield in the women's. So thank you to all three. Greens do a fantastic job, and we can't have a program like this without them, so congratulations to them each week. Do a fantastic job. Blake Tennant, Josh Ward on the boundary line. Another good weekend for you boys.
An absolute pleasure being down there on the boundary and being out here at Beaconsfield all day. It's been a spectacular day and a couple of good contests out here today.
More to come now, I reckon, for Beaconsfield.
Absolutely.
They get the approval from me. So
you're in. Okay, you're in charge.
That's just
I'm
for me.
very happy with.
Yeah.
Very happy with their facilities here. Dylan Smith, first time on the specials today. Did a fantastic job.
Thanks, guys.
And Ray Baird, as always.
Yeah, looking forward to weekend recovery tomorrow too, mate.
Yes, absolutely. We'll be there in studio. Blake, you might be there with us as well. 50-50. All right, we'll see how your night pans out. Brett Beston calling aside alongside me.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It was a bit of a struggle today with the dreaded lurgy, but we got through it, and a really good game, and onwards and upwards for Beaconsfield.
That's it. I'm Ryan Long, and you've been listening to the Eastland Match of the Round. Beaconsfield 9-8-62 have defeated Mooroolbark 7-9-51. We'll see you next time.